In this video, we will install all tools that we need in order to develop Vue applications. Let's jump right into it. So here I am in official website vue.js.org, and you can see here Get Started button. There is a lot of information here, but actually we're interested only in installation. So here you can install directly Vue through CDN and so on. This is not interesting for us because it's more for testing purposes. We are building real application, so for this we need to use CLI. And as you can see, here is the part regarding CLI. Vue provides an official CLI to quickly create projects. Why do we want CLI? CLI is a command line tool, which means Vue will help us to set up a new project, then install web server, update our files on the fly, and so on. So basically we can jump inside writing code in a matter of minutes. So this is why I am clicking official CLI. Here I am in GitHub repo Vue CLI, and on the bottom you can see docs available here. So here is cli.vue.js.org, and we are clicking Get Started. And here also not a lot of useful stuff regarding installation. So on the left we need to click installation, and here is the important thing. As you can see here we have Node.js version requirement, and this is super important. This means that you need to have version 8 or above, and 10 plus is recommended. So on your machine you need to install Node.js. If you don't have it, then just jump in website nodejs.org and download it here. I always prefer to use LTS version because it's more stable, but basically Vue will also work with current without any problems. So here, to check if you have Node on your machine, you can write node -version. It actually doesn't matter what exactly version you have. If it is more than 10, you should be fine. So if you get such output when you are writing it on your machine, this means that everything is working fine for you. You installed Node, and you can proceed with installing Vue CLI. To install Vue CLI on your machine, you need to run npm install -g Vue CLI, or if you are using yarn, then yarn. I won't run this command because I already installed it on my machine. And as you can see, when I run Vue --version, I am getting this output with the version, which means Vue CLI is working on my machine. So after installation, to check if it's working for you or not, just write in the console Vue --version. Which means we successfully installed Vue CLI on the machine, and now we simply need to create new project. How can we do this? So here is our installation, and then here on the left there is creating a project. And here, as you can see, we just need to write Vue create and the name of the project. But here is one important point. If you are on Windows, maybe your console or your terminal does not support TTU, which means interactive console. This means that, as you can see here, when we start to create the project, Vue CLI asks us about some changes that we want to apply. For example, we can check like default features, or we can check some additional features if we need to. So basically, if you are using something like default terminal on Windows, I suggest you to install, for example, git bash. This is what is mentioned here, or cmder. This is both really good command line tools. Now let's create our first project with Vue create and the name of the project. And here we don't want hello world, but medium clone -Vue. So basically we are creating the clone of Medium website. And we will talk what is it and about its features in the next video. For now we want simply to bootstrap our empty project. So I'm hitting here enter, and as you can see, I'm now in this interactive mode. So here we can pick default preset, or we can manually select features, and this is exactly what we want because there is some stuff here that we want to select. As you can see, we have Babel, which is completely fine. We don't want TypeScript, no PVR, but we want router. This is why I'm hitting here space. And we also want Vuex, so here I also hit space. We don't need preprocessors, and yes, we need linter and formatting. So everything is looking fine, and we simply can click enter. And here is use history mode for router, and we just say no. And now to pick a linter, we simply pick ESLint with error prevention only. And here lint on save is completely fine for us, and we can put all our configs in dedicated config files. And now we don't want to save this preset for future. And as you can see, we selected everything that we need, and this is really crucial, so you need to have your console with interactive mode. In other case, it will be just fallback by default and install only Babel and ESLint, and this is it. And we need much more. As you can see here, my installation is finishing, and here at the end we get the message that project medium clone Vue was successfully created, and to start using it we need to go inside medium clone Vue and run yarn serve. And as you can see, it's not server but serve, and now yarn will start on our machine, the web server. And if you don't have yarn on your machine and you are getting error that yarn is not found, you need to install it globally. So you can just Google yarn, and here go to the home page, and here inside getting started, here is installation on the left. And you can install yarn simply with npm, like npm install global yarn, and this is it. Or for example, if you are on macOS, you can use brew and just write brew install yarn. As you can see, yarn started our project, and here we have compiled successfully, and app is running on localhost 8080. So we can open now our project, and here is localhost 8080, and this is how our bootstrapped application is looking like. So let's now check the code so we can change it a little bit. So I want here to jump to our project and open the code. So here how our code is looking like. We'll talk about the structure later. For now I want simply to change this template and just see that our application is working. So we need to jump to source, and here we have app view. And as you can see here we have template and a lot of stuff inside, like styles and so on. We can basically remove everything from the template and write here something like h1. And here we can close h1, and here we can write medium clone. Now let's save this and look inside our browser. As you can see, now we are just getting our h1 and nothing else. We can also remove here everything inside styles because we don't use them anymore. And it can happen that you don't have any syntax highlighting here, because as you can see by Vue, we have this .vue extension on the files, which means your editor maybe doesn't know how to solve this. So you need to install some package regarding Vue in your editor. I assume that you are using, for example, VS Code as the most popular editor nowadays, and you can simply install Vue extension there in order to highlight your templates with Vue. So just simply install a plugin and it will highlight everything for you. And as you can see here, we successfully bootstrapped our application, because here you can see medium clone and our web server here is working and is compiling successfully. And now every time when we make some changes here, for example here I changed the string, we get these changes directly in the browser. So this is the most correct path of creating real applications with Vue. So you don't simply create index.html page with CDN URL to JavaScript, but you are using CLI tool in order to create and manage your application. In this video, I want to talk about the API that we will use in our project. And as you can see here, I am in Angular real-world IO, but it doesn't matter because this is just an example of the real-world medium clone project. And the main idea is that all these frontends are using the same API. And as you can see here, I can inspect this page, open network tab, and here we can see in our global feed, when we're clicking fetch XHR, all our requests. And here we have all our requests to HTTP, and here conduit production ready IO /API, and in this case it is /article/feed. And inside the response, you can see that we are getting a list of articles and articles count here. So actually the idea is that there are lots of projects which are using this public API. And this is important to understand. In this course, we are using public API, which means you are not alone here if you are using this public API. So for example, you can create a user and this email or username is already taken, or maybe a slug of an article. And actually using public API is super simple. You simply use this URL across the project and everything is working. But this is a public API and I'm not in control of this API, which means people can remove data in this API or change it. Typically it is working, but it might happen that you are getting 500 error and you can't really continue working with the project because you need an API. This is why I give you a possibility to set up this API locally. In this case, you will run exactly the same API on your local machine, you will have your own database, and you will have full control of what you are running. In this case, nobody can remove this data, and this API will be accessible across the whole course for you. So how we can set up this project? First of all, you can just take the archive of this API in the description of this video, or you can just jump to this URL and take the latest version from here. They will be equal. And actually, this is a project that I prepared for you. And my main idea here is that I packed it inside Docker, which actually means you must install Docker on your machine and run this project with Docker. And no worries, you don't need any knowledge about Docker, it will all work out of the box. The main idea is that the whole application will be isolated inside Docker and you should not care about its dependencies or some different versions that you might have on your own machine. So step number 1 for you is to download the source code of this repository or just take the archive of this video. Secondly, you jump to the Docker website, here docker.com, and here you must install Docker Desktop. And it exists for all operational systems. So you simply download Docker here, Docker Desktop, and it should work out of the box. But if you are using Windows, it might be a little bit more tricky, because development in Windows is always a little bit complicated. And as you can see here, after I installed on Windows Docker Desktop, I'm getting the message from Docker that it can't be run. So actually after Docker installation and after Docker started, you must see a window like this, and here in the bottom you can see engine running and it should be green here. If it is red there, it means you have some problem with Docker and you must fix it first. And typically on the Windows you must install one additional package and you will get such error as you can see here. And after you install this additional package and restart Docker, then it should work, and now as you can see it is green and the engine is running. So step number 1 is to run Docker on your machine. Step number 2 is jump to the console. And as you can see here, I have this project Next real world example. This is our API that I prepared for you. And here I am inside console. If you install Docker successfully on your machine, then you have access to Docker and Docker Compose commands in the console. And the first command that you must run is Docker Compose build. And the most important part, you must run this command inside the repository or inside the folder that you cloned. In this case, it will work with this API. And I'm hitting here enter, and after this Docker will install the image and all dependencies of this project. The next command here will start our API. So here we're running Docker Compose space up, and I'm hitting enter. And as you can see here, I am getting message starting Next API, and here we see message from the node that the server is starting and our server is listening on our 3000 port. So if I will open inside browser localhost 3000, then I'm getting such output, and this is totally fine. Now when I'm writing here /API/articles, you must get an output like this with a lot of predefined articles. It means that your local API is running and you can use this API inside our project. And most important part to remember that our API must be run simultaneously together with our frontend, which actually means this command and this terminal must hang here, and you have additionally web server for our frontend. And again, if public API is working for you and everything is fine, then you should not bother with local API, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But if it is not working for some reason, then it makes sense to set up your local API. In this video, I want to show you one more tool that I'm using when I'm developing frontend every day, and I literally can't live without it. So let's check this out. So here is the official website, Prettier.io, and the idea of Prettier is that this is optionated code formatter, which means you just install it, you are doing almost no configuration, and it just works and prettifies your code. So every time when you save the file in your editor, your code is prettified. So let's check how it's working. So here you can try it online, but actually we're interested in installing Prettier. And here, as you can see, we can install it as a package and use from command line, but it doesn't bring us anything, because what we want to do is editor's integration, because we are interested in saving the file and then just automatically Prettier formats for us file. And you can think that this is a small thing, but actually not, because you're stopping thinking about indentation or code formatting at all. So you know that Prettier is doing everything fine, you don't need to write any configuration, and you don't, for example, to discuss how indentation should look like with your team, because Prettier is doing everything automatically and you can't choose how it will do it. So let's check here editor configuration. Prettier works out of the box in almost all editors. So for example, for Visual Studio Code, as the most popular editor, you just need to install Prettier VS Code plugin and it will just work. So here you can check the repository of this plugin, and here is additional configuration for this plugin to make it saving on Command S. So here you can check it for your editor, and hopefully your editor is here. I'm using, for example, NeoVim, and there is a COC Prettier. Through it also works. So after installing this package in your editor, you need to create config. And they said that there are no configuration, but actually it is, but it is super small. So here on the left, we can click on configuration files. And as you can see, we just create the file like this in the root of our project. So let's do this now. Here is the root of medium clone Vue. And as you can see, we don't have Prettier file here. So here we need to create a new file, Prettier rc, and it is started with dot. And now inside I will paste my configuration that I am using in all projects. It doesn't matter if it's Vue or not, this is just the same configuration everywhere. And you might ask, what are all these options? You can jump here on the left inside options and check all options. It's not that many here, it's just like less than 10, and normally I'm using only 5. So let's quickly go through them. The first one is tab width. This is the indentation that we will have. It's 2, which is fine for JavaScript. Then here is single quote, which means I want always to see all strings in single quote. Here is maximum print width of the line. It's the maximum length, how long our code will be. Normally people prefer 80, but some people like with huge monitors, for example 120, but for me then code doesn't look that good. Bracket spacing false means that if you have something like this, for example you have const, and you are doing here destructuring like this, and here you have some params. So you want here to get a from params, and bracket spacing means that you won't have spaces inside brackets. This is exactly the same with, for example, objects, or when you are doing importing. And the last one is semicolon. It means that at the end of the line I don't want to see a semicolon. And it might be not that you prefer, maybe you want to put semicolon on every line, then you can just put it to true and nothing will break. But actually there are only 3 cases in JavaScript when your code will break without semicolon, and normally people don't try code like that. So you will see it won't break anything, but code is looking much cleaner. So I need to restart my editor in order to start Prettier with correct config. And now let's check how it is formatting everything. So here we can jump in source main.js, for example, and as you can see here, it is what Vue generated for us. So as you can see here, we have not single quotes, but double quotes. We have here also semicolon. And now I will just save the file. And as you can see, I didn't do anything, but now everything is how it was in config. So here we have single quotes, here we don't have any spaces or semicolon at the end. This is it. So this is why we don't need to think about indentation. For example, we can do something like this, and this is completely broken, but then we just save the file, and Prettier in less than 1 second formats everything. This is why Prettier is really the tool that I recommend for everybody, and I recommend you to install it in order to simplify writing code for yourself. And this is the last tool that we need to install, and now we can start developing a project. In previous video, we talked about setting up our own API. In this video, I want to talk about version of the Vue. And as you know, or if I can remind you, we had version of the Vue 2 really long time. And now, not that long ago, version 3 of Vue came out. And just to say, this is now September 2020, so version 3 is really raw. Yes, it is not beta anymore, but it is not really ready for production because all dependencies of version 3 are still in beta. For example, we have not only Vue, but we have also Vue Router, Vuex, and all other stuff, and all these packages are in beta, which means you can use version 3 of Vue, but it is still not ready. But of course, after some time, it will be not in beta anymore, so you need to understand the differences between Vue 2 and Vue 3, and they are really minor. And also you need to know how to update your project with version 2 to version 3. So the first thing that you need to check is what version of Vue CLI you have. If you are writing in console Vue-1 version and you are getting Vue CLI greater than 4.5.0, it means that your version of Vue CLI can generate Vue 3 projects. This is important. Now let's check what do you have in package.json inside our generated project. So here you can have two possibilities. As you can see here inside dependencies, you have Vue. And it is possible that your project was already generated with Vue 3. And as you can see, I have here Vue 2. And also all my other dependencies like Vue Router and Vuex, they were also generated, but they were generated with Vue 2, which means here we have Vue Router 3 and Vuex 3. So actually, if you will have Vue 3 version, then this means that here you will have version 4, and in Vuex you will also have version 4. So now let's check how we can update our Vue 2 project to Vue 3 and what differences you have there. Actually, if you already generated your project as Vue 3 project, then you don't need to do anything. You can just proceed with the course, but you need at least to have some knowledge in order to understand the differences. So it's not that much differences. So what do we need in order to update Vue from 2 to 3? So first of all, we want to update our Vue package. So for this we can write yarn add Vue, and here we can write next. And it will add new version of the Vue, which will be the last one, and even better if it's possible. So as you can see now, I will jump back in my package.json, and as you can see, I have here Vue version 3, which means this is not beta anymore, this is stable version, but actually you will see that all other packages that we need are still in beta. So we need now to update Vue Router, this is our router for Vue, official one, and Vuex. So for this I will write yarn add, and here will be Vue Router next. And the same, it will install the package, but in this case it will be beta. So let's check this now. We have here Vue Router 4.0.0 beta. Maybe if you are looking this course after some time, it won't be beta anymore, but even in beta it is stable. Now we need to yarn add Vuex next, and it will install newer version of Vuex. And actually this is all updates that we need to do. So in order for our Vue to work, we need new Vue Router and new Vuex. This is it. Now we need to talk about what changes were in Vue 3. And there were not that many changes, actually 0 changes in the whole course, but only inside source main we need to change the way how we create Vue application. So as you can see, I have here import Vue from Vue, which means this is the default import of Vue. But in version 3 of Vue, we don't have default import, and we need here to the structure create app. So this means that we have special function create app inside Vue, and don't forget the brackets. And now we don't have this Vue config production tip anymore, and I will comment out everything regarding starting the application, so just that you see the difference. So now here we have create app, and we are passing inside our first component. So actually here we had this function render, and we rendered here our app. Now it is looking like this, and after this we have .use, and inside we can pass our router, and then one more use, and here we are passing inside our store. So as you can see, the differences is not super huge. And now we have a function mount, and inside we are saying where we need to mount our application. So this is how Vue 3 initialize a Vue application. So here we have create app function, and then use router, use store, and mount. And now we can remove all this commented out stuff. Now we need to jump inside router index, and here we also need to change how our router is injected inside Vue. So here we don't need Vue, so I will remove this line. And now we also don't have default export from Vue router, but we have here the structuring. And here we need create router function and create web history function. Now here we can remove Vue use because we don't have it anymore. So here are our routes, and here as you can see we are creating router. But in our case it will be a little bit different. Not new Vue router, but function create router. And inside we are passing our routes, but now additionally we need to pass here history property. And here we have create web history function, which we exported from Vue router. So actually this history is that we can use Vue not only for web, but for example for mobile. And in this case we are saying that we want our history, so switching between routes, to work like in web. So this is all changes that we need to do with our Vue router. As you can see, not a lot. And now let's jump inside Vuex. And this is exactly the same here. We don't need import of Vue, we don't need Vue use here, but we need here to import create store from Vuex. And now in export default, we will have not new Vuex, but create store. And we are passing exactly the same stuff as we had here previously. And actually, these are all changes that you need to do in order to update your Vue 2 application to Vue 3. Now let's try to start our application. So here I will restart yarn serve, and as you can see I am getting an error here. And my error is cannot find module, Vue, compiler svc, and then package.json. Actually, Vue 3 needs one more package, and as I said already, in package.json, if your project was generated with Vue 3, then you won't have this error, only if you are migrating from Vue 2 to Vue 3. What you need to add is you need to install one more package. So for this we can simply write yarn add, and we can install it with -d because it is for dev dependencies only. And here is add Vue and then compiler sfc, and this is it. So this is exactly what we saw here. There is one more package that we need, and it was not there in Vue 2. Now let's try yarn serve again, and as you see now we won't have any errors. So here my Vue is started, and we are getting a message compiled successfully, and now we can jump inside our project, reload the page, and everything is working. Also, I want to mention that these are not only two things that we need for our application, Vue Router and Vuex. We will also use DevTools. And what are DevTools? DevTools is an extension for Chrome, for example, or Firefox. This is Vue DevTools, so here how it looks like. Here we will debug our state of application and our Vuex state. And at the moment when I am recording this video, this Vue DevTools doesn't work with Vue 3 and only works with Vue 2. And of course they will implement it later, but for now it's not possible. Yes, you can build Vue DevTools by yourself, but normally you will just later install this package. So I will recommend, at least until the end of 2020, stick with Vue 2 and then sometime later update to Vue 3. So actually here we already created our Vue 3 project and prepared everything that we need. And I can show you one more page. Here you have in Vue website migration guide, and here is introduction regarding migration from version 2 to version 3. So here you can read about it if you want. Here are like super small breaking changes, so almost no changes. And what is important for us, you can see it here. As you can see, for now all packages are in beta. This is orange here, this is not good, and actually we are waiting that all here should be at least green. As you saw, the steps to migrate from Vue 2 to Vue 3 are super small. So now if you need to upgrade your project or some new project that you are doing in some company, then you can easily do that. In this video, I want to talk with you regarding our file structure of our generated application. So let's jump right into it. So here, as you can see, I am in the root of our project, Medium Clone Vue, and there is nothing interesting in root. We have only Babel config here, package.json and readme. The most important for us is source directory, and we need to look in public. As you can see in public, the most important is index.html. So basically it's index.html which is used inside Webpack, which generates for us our project. And the most important here is this div ID app. This is the place where our application is injected. And also Webpack injects all files like JavaScript that we are building here on the bottom. So if we will open the browser and open source code here, you can see this index.html, and here at the bottom you can see the script where Webpack injects all our JavaScript. So here you can see JS app.js. This is exactly it. Now the question how our application is working. So everything is started in source, and here is main.js. This is the starting point where we're having new Vue. And as you can see here, normally when we generate Vue, we don't have these two things. We don't have router and store. By default, we have only render. But here we said in our boilerplate when we generated it that we need router and store. So router is clear, this is the thing that helps us to make single page applications. So basically we can jump between pages and by JavaScript remove old page and render new page. Store, we need to store somewhere data that we use on frontend. So we just don't want to have our data in every component, but we want to structure them somehow in one place and use everywhere in some organized way. So this is why we need store, and this is done through Vuex, and we will talk about it later. And as you can see, here is our element app where it was written in index.html, and here our Vue application is mounted. So now the next thing that comes, as you can see here, it is app. So here we are using app Vue, and this is exactly this file that we changed. So here we have just template, and style we can remove because we don't use it. And what happens after this? Actually, the idea was that we have here views folder and we have about and home. And somehow router should work with these two views. So let's check how it is done. As you saw here, we have this line router, so we're injecting this file router, which is coming from router file. And here I have index.html. As you can see here, we have Vue use Vue router, so we are injecting Vue router library, which is an additional official library for the Vue to work with router here. And then we have an array of routes, and each route is just an object with path, name, and component. As you can see, there are two examples where we have just directly injected component and lazy import to have like lazy loading of the page. And at the bottom we have a new instance of Vue router, and we are exporting here router. So this is exactly the idea how we will do our single page applications. But what is more important here, we have Medium clone, which is our app, but we don't have any information here, and actually it should be rendered on / this component home. Why it's not working? Because here when we removed everything from our app view, we also removed one important component which helps us to render the information on specific page, and it is called router view. So we need to write here it again, and when we will save it and reload the page, you can see that here we're getting the error. The template root requires exactly one element. So as you can see inside template, this should be one element. So this is why we can wrap, for example, our code inside div. And as you can see here, I am getting automatically this indentation. So I wrote it like this, then just saved, and now it is pretty. This is exactly the prettier what I installed previously. So as you can see, now we don't have any error, and after Medium clone, we have all this information. And let's check where we're getting it from. So as you already saw here in router, we have two links. First of all, path /, which means route for home, and here is component home. And as you can see on the top, this is import from Vue's home view. So let's jump here. Inside views, we have home. And this is exactly it. Let's remove everything for now from it and just simply write div and inside home, because we don't want any generated information. Also, one important point that you can see here is that add is an alias to source. And this is like super important because we want to avoid a relative path. Why is that? Just imagine that you have some component and you don't want to write something like this, so you have some strange relative path with a lot of dots. This is not comfortable and it depends on the position of the file, which means we can't simply copy this line and put in another component, which is really not comfortable. This is why we're using only absolute path, which are starting with add, and it means source, which means this hello world is here inside source, then inside components, and here is our shareable component hello world. As you can see here, we also have a lot of stuff. We actually don't need it, so actually let's remove it. So first of all, I want to remove all styles from here. Then here we have only small script where we have export default for our hello world. And also I want to remove everything on the top and just leave like maybe div. We don't need here class hello. So I will remove it and I will close here div and simply write hello world, because this is a good example to see how shareable component is working. So here we have our import. Let's remove here console log, and then here we can use our component. As you can see, its name is hello world, so we can simply write here hello world and close the tag. Now let's reload the page. As you can see, we're getting the same error that we need to have only one element, which should be in root. So I will write it like this. Here we have our div, and inside we have home and then rendering of our component. As you can see, now everything is working as expected. So let's talk once again how it is working. So everything is starting here with app view. And here we have this h1, you can see it here. Now this all stuff is information regarding our router. and our router is registered inside router index, and we are talking now about /path because we are on the home page, and this is what is rendered, component home. So all components which are like router components are here inside views. And now we are talking about home view. And here we have our component, and we can see that here on the top we just render the word component, this is it, and then we're rendering here additional component which is like shareable because it is inside components folder. And here we simply import it, and we need to register it inside components attribute here inside object as an hello world, so we can render it. But this is just a start. We will talk more how we are doing components and so on. I just wanted to clean a little bit our project and check that everything is working as expected. So here is our app, here is our home page, and here is our shareable component. I hope it's a little bit understandable from the structure. Now let's think how we want to structure files. So you saw how our project is looking like. So we have a lot of different pages like register, login, then the feed of the articles, then single article, settings page, and so on. So let's check how it will look like. So basically we will just write all views like the page here, just the list, and we will have like maybe 10 or 12 of them, which is completely fine for small or medium projects. And the main idea is that if our components will be shareable, so we want to reuse something on 2 different pages, then we will pack it inside here in components. So here you can see hello world. This is actually our shareable component. So we only move some stuff from our view if it is shareable. For example, if we have a tag list on 2 different pages and we want to reuse them, then we are moving them out inside components, but you will see it later. In this video, we planned our file structure and checked what Vue CLI generated for us. So in the next video, we can start with implementing our first view, which will be our register page. In previous video, we successfully created our file structure and cleaned our project. In this video, I want to start with implementing our register page. So let's jump right into it. As you can see here, this is the URL of the official example of realworld.io, the demo realworld.io. And here is the home page, and I jumped here in sign up page. As you can see here, we have a form with 3 fields, like here is the headline, then link, this is the link on login page, and then after we have 3 fields. So this is the form with username, email, and password. And here is the button sign up. And when we click on it, here we are getting messages from the backend because we are sending the request. So let's check it inside network. If we are clicking once again on sign up, you can see that there is a request. This is this public API, conduit production ready io/API/users. And here, as you can see, we didn't pass anything. So this is just empty object. This is why as the response here, we're getting errors. So email can't be blank, password can't be blank, and username has 2 important things. So here everything is written on the top. So this is exactly the first page that we will implement. This is register page, and inside we have some headline, then backend errors, then form, and sign up button. One more important point to mention is that we can jump on sign in page, and as you can see it looks really similar because basically this is like the same page but with different text here and with 1 field less. So we have here only email and password, and we also have here our validation errors. So we could create something like shareable page between register and login. But I prefer to avoid such things, because when we start to make something shareable, which is not really shareable, like shareable component, then it may be easier to just do several pages, like two, for example, one page for login, one for register, because in other case we will just write a lot of ifs inside, like if this is login page, then we render this and that, and it is just simpler to understand if we simply create two different pages. So let's try to create our register page and see how it goes. So the first thing that we need to do is inside views create our register page. So it will be register view, and here I am writing the name always with the big letter, as this is the code style of Vue itself. And now let's check, for example, in home view how we create our first file. So here first we want to define our Vue file. So here we need to write script, and inside our script we need to export this component. So here we want to write export default, and we're exporting always an object. And here we have a name. And this is also important to mention. So here in the name, normally we are writing not like it is written here, name home, but we are writing something like, for example, MCV, and then it will be register. And you might ask what is MCV and why we are writing it like this. Basically, this is some prefix of the application. We can also write here app if you want. The main idea is that it should be unique, and you should always write it like this. Why is that? Because let's say that this is not a page, but it is a shareable component, and we want to use it everywhere. For example, like we did here with Hello World. In this case with Hello World, it's not clear is it a component from the application or is it some component from some library, because here we have simply the name Hello World. And if we write here, for example, app Hello World or MCV Hello World, we know, okay, with this prefix, this is the component of our application. Which means if we are using some library, for example, material design or whatever, we can have here like prefix ML maybe, and then we see, okay, this is for sure a component from the library. And this is really important to write because it just simplifies the understanding of template file later. This is why we will prefix all our names with something like MCV. So why it is MCV? Because my project is called Medium Clone Vue. This is why I wrote here MCV register. And the most important is, of course, that all names we are also starting with the big letter. So as it was here in home, here the name was also with capital H, here we're writing MCV register. After this, let's check what we have in home. Here are components. We don't want to register any components yet, so this is just a name. And now, before, we need to add our template. And this is just two tags, template, and we close it, and inside we can simply write a div with some text like register page. And this is it. We created our first register page. Now we need to bind it properly to our router. For this, let's jump inside router, index.js, and here we need to clean a little bit our routes. So we can leave, for example, home here, but we don't have about page at all in our project, so I will remove it completely. And we will change home page later, but for now we don't need it. Now let's create one more path here, which will be register. And here we have path, then we have name. I will do it like this, register, and then component. And here will be our register component. And here on the top, let's just import our register component. And what I said previously, here we have relative path for home, because it was generated like this. And we want to avoid such notation. This is why we are saying here add slash, and here we can simply write views slash register dot view. And we can do the same here with home and just write add views home. In this case, we can simply copy this line if we need and put it to another file. I also like to put here an empty space line between imports of libraries and my own imports, because for me it is much easier to read it like this. So here we added our new route register, and one more important point is this name. Regarding path is clear, and actually we need here to put slash, but name is not clear. And this name is a really useful feature, because later we will write links to different pages. And you can always write links just like path, for example, just link/register. This is what we are doing in plain HTML. So we're writing a href and inside some link, for example, /foo. But here it is much better because we can write links mentioning the name, which means we're saying we want to create link for register page. And it doesn't matter what path is inside, and only name matters. Why it is good? Because you are using everywhere only name like register and not path. And if at some point you want to change your path, you simply change it. And then everywhere you use the name and it is completely fine, and then the path will be automatically changed. This is why we always write here name, and I prefer to write it with small letter. Then it's much easier to read it in template. So here we can also change our home and do it with small h. So here our register is there. Let's check that we don't have any errors. As you can see here, I don't have them in my web server. And let's jump to our URL. Here we will have slash and then register. As you can see here on the top, I have our app view. This is Medium clone. And here we have our template register page, which means we successfully created our first page. Now let's add some content to this page. So let's jump back inside our register page. So views, register view. And now here we need to write some markup for our page. And here we're starting, so I can remove this div. And here we're starting with div class, and here will be auth page. And now we're closing this div. Then inside first div, we will have div class container and page. We close this div. And inside our container will be div class row, and we're closing that. And then inside it will be div class call md6, and then offset md3 and call xs12. Now let's close this. And after this, inside column, we will have our h1 tag. So it will be h1 class text xs center. And then inside h1, we will write sign in text. And actually it should be sign up and not sign in, because here we are making sign up page. So let's write here sign up. Now, after our h1 tag, we will have p with class text xs center. Then let's close this p, and inside p we will have our link. So as you can see here, we have a link, have an account. So to add link inside Vue, we have a special component, and it is called router-link. And here we have a special attribute too. So I will first write it and then we will talk about it. And here we're saying name register, and here I will close router link. And inside router link, we can write need an account. And actually it's not correct. Here should be not register, but login. So what is going on here? First of all, we have this router link component. How do we get it? I will show you. Here inside main.js, we have this Vue router, and inside this router index.html, we have Vue use Vue router. So after we're doing this stuff, we're getting inside Vue some components from router that we can use. And the most popular is, of course, router link. So here we are passing the attribute to, which means here we can pass either path name or name. And we want always to use it like an object and pass inside property name. And I already said why is that? Because here is the name login, and we can always write it like login because we will later create the page where inside our router here, as you saw, we have name. So here we have name register, and later we will create login. So this is exactly this name, and it is name and not path, which means we can simply change later path of the login page, and we don't need to change any code because everywhere it is the name. So here inside we wrote need an account, and after this, after P, we need to write some validation errors. But we don't have this component yet. This is why I will just make a placeholder to implement it later. So let's just write validation errors and just continue writing our markup. So here is going our form. And let's close form here. We don't have any class on the form. And inside we have field set. And here is class form group. Now we're closing this field set. And then inside our field set, we need to create one more input. And here will be input with class form control. And then form control LG. And then it will be type text. And here will be placeholder username. So our input is ready, and actually we can copy fully this field set. So let's copy this field set 2 more times because we have 2 more fields. So the next field set is also input with type text, but here we have placeholder email, and the last one will be type password and not text, and placeholder will be password. So after the last field set, we want to add a button, and here will be button class button, button large, button primary, and pull access right. Now let's close our button and write inside text sign up. And here actually our form is completely ready. So here our form is closed, then we have div, and template. So we successfully added markup, and let's check how it looks like. And actually it looks somehow, but is really ugly, and for sure not something like this. And first of all, you might ask where I did get this markup. And if you will just inspect the HTML on the demo real-world.io, you can see here exactly the same markup. So as you can see here, we have auth page, container page, row, and so on. So you can simply take this markup and use it from the demo website. This is exactly this markup. The next question, why our form is looking that ugly? And this is actually obvious. We didn't connect things which are here in the demo page. So we need CSS and fonts. Here you can see them on the top. We have a link to Ionic framework, and we have a link to Google API font. And this is exactly what we need to add in order to make it working. Let's do this now. For this we need to jump inside our root in public folder. Here is our index.html, and somewhere at the end of the head we can paste these links. So here, as you can see, I have 3 links. First of all is main CSS. This is demo production ready IO. So this is the whole CSS for our project. So we don't want to write CSS, we want a full focus on Vue. Next one is icons, and next one is one font for our medium title here on the top. So as you can see, when I reload this page, everything is looking much nicer. Actually, it's a little bit zoomed, so it should look something like this. Of course, we will remove later medium clone, but actually, as you can see, our form is looking exactly like this. So here is sign up, then we have a correct URL. Now it's not correct because this login URL is not there yet. And now we have our form with 3 fields and sign up button. And as you can see, we're getting view router error here, actually warning that route with name login does not exist. And this is completely fine because we will create it later. So here we added our markup, our register page from the markup site is ready, and we just need to add there some JavaScript. In previous video, we successfully created markup for our first register page. But to continue, we need to check what is Vuex and Redux. So let's jump right into it. So as you can see here, I'm in Vuex website, vuex.vuejs.org, and this is the wrapper for Redux inside Vue. What does it mean? The first question is, what is Redux? So here is one more tab, this is redux.js.org, and Redux is a predictable state container for JS applications. Actually, for me, it doesn't bring any sense and clarity when I'm reading this sentence. So basically, what is Redux? This is the idea that you have your whole state in one place, like a huge object, and then you have possibilities to manipulate this state. The idea is that you can trigger actions, and these actions can change your state. Here is the picture that maybe will bring clarity to you. So you have your view, this is something like your components. And then from your view, you can trigger actions, like for example, a user clicked, or user clicked register, or user did something, like typed name, whatever you want. And this means that you are triggering actions. And after your actions is triggered, we're listening them in our state, and we can react to these actions. So as you can see, here is the single flow of data. You have your component, you trigger action, your action changes your state, and then when your state is updated, your component is subscribed to this state or part of this state, and then you are getting new data. So this is how Redux is working, and this is super popular methodology or architecture for frontend, but it is framework agnostic. It means that we can use Redux in every framework, and this is what people are normally doing. For example, there is an implementation of Redux in React, then we have a wrapper and GRX for Angular, and here in Vue we have Vuex. So here, as you can see, Vuex is just the implementation of Redux inside Vue. And as we want to create real application, of course we want to use Vuex, because it will help us to store our data correctly, to simplify working with this data, and so on. So what do we need to install Vuex and to start working with it? Actually nothing, because when we bootstrapped our application with Vue CLI, it was already created like this, and it is working. So what is the idea? Here inside our source, we have folder store, and inside there is index.js. As you can see, it looks a little bit like our router, because first what we did, we registered Vuex package inside Vue. And just to remind you, Vuex is the official implementation of Redux inside Vue. So this means it's not some non-standard library which is just supported by community, but it is official. And we always try to use mostly official libraries, because we are sure that they will be supported long term. So here we have this super big object where we're saying new Vuex store, and we're creating this store. And as you can see here, we have such properties as state, mutations, actions, and modules. Actually, this is what I don't like that much in Vue, that they changed how things are named in Redux and named them differently. So here is something if you are coming from React world, for example, and you worked previously with Redux. In Redux you have only actions, so you are just dispatching actions and you are updating your state. In Vue, you have mutations and actions, and this is somehow not super clear for beginners or people who are switched from Redux. So the idea is that mutations are synchronous actions, and actions are really asynchronous actions. This is it. Now, let's check on the simple example how Vuex is working. So as you can see here, I opened the link here, state, and actually here we have our counter example. So the idea is that we have some computed property inside our component and we can subscribe to the state. So let's do the same in order to understand how it's working. So here I am in the file with store index.js, and here we have our global state. And for now it is empty. What we can say here is that we have some property inside, for example count. And this count will be, for example, 0. And then inside our mutations, we can create some mutation that will change this count. So here inside mutations, you can see how it is defined. So as you can see here, it's a function inside. So we are saying here increment, and here we are getting state as a parameter, and inside we can do something with this state. For example, state.count++, and we just save it. So what did we do here? First of all, we defined our global state, and this is the whole global Vuex state for our whole application. Of course, it's just one property, and normally it will be like hundreds of properties. Now we are defining our mutations. Mutations are our synchronous actions which just change our state. So here, as you can see, we have mutation increment, and as an argument we are getting state, and this is this state, and inside we can access properties inside the state and change them. This is exactly what we did. Now the question is how, first of all, we can get state inside our component, and secondly, how we can call mutations. It's all written in documentation, and I can say that documentation of Vue and Vuex is quite good and quite understandable. So here in the state, you can see how we access properties from the store. So here, as you can see inside this, we have property store in all our components, and we can simply say this store state count. So let's try. Let's jump back in our source Vue register, and here on the bottom we have just name and nothing else. So here we will write computed, and as you remember, computed is an object, and inside we will have some property which will be calculated every time. So here we want property count, so here will be round brackets, and inside we are returning the value. So it will be this, then store, and then here will be actually $store, sorry. And then here we will access our state, and then it will be count. And let's just console log here also store to check how it looks like. So here is this $store. And now we need to use this count somewhere inside our template. In other case, it won't be called. So we just need to render it like normally. So here we're writing somewhere count, and let's check if we have any errors. We don't have errors in our web server, and now here when I reload the page, you can see that we have property store. So first of all, here you can see 0, and this is this store state count. So this is exactly this what we created. So here inside our store index, we created state, and here is count 0. So we can read it like this inside our component. And what is more interesting is this store. We will use it a lot, and for us is interesting what we have inside state. So here is our state, this is our object, and here is our count. This is exactly what we read, and now with just simple line, so console log we can remove. This is just computed property to access our global state in any place of our application. Now let's add a button here to make a mutation and check how we can change our counter. But we need to do it outside of our form. In other case, this button will trigger the form submitting. So here I will add a button and close button. And here is, for example, increase. And we need here our method. So we will have here click, and let's name it increase counter. Now let's create this method here. So we are defining methods object, and inside we have increase counter, and inside it we have console log increase counter. Let's check that our method is working. So here we have increase, we click on increase, and you can see in console increase counter. So now how we can trigger our mutation? And here we just open documentation. Here is mutations tab. And as you can see here, we define mutation. And to trigger it, we are saying store.commit and then the name of mutation. Let's check once again. Here is our mutation. It is named increment. So to call it here, we need to write this, then $store. And here, as you can see, .commit. And then here, the name increment. This is it. So this line is committing our mutation. And let's check how it's working. So we don't get any errors. Now we click on increase. And as you can see, each time when we click, the state changes. What does it mean? So here we have store commit. So we don't change in any way this state count. So here we just read this state count from our this store. And here we simply make commit. So we're just saying, okay, we want to do increment. So our component doesn't know anything about changing the state. And this is super important because we separate logic of component with logic of Vuex. And as you can see here inside our store, we have a state, and here our function, our mutation increment, changes state.count. And then this computed property count we can create in any components that we want, and they all at once will get the update because they are subscribed to this state.count. And this is exactly how mutations are working. So we have some global state. And for mutations, we just simply say this store commit, and then here is increment, for example, or whatever mutation name you need, and then we will trigger this mutation. Of course, it would be nice if we somehow can see that we triggered some mutation. And for this, you need to install Chrome plugin, which is called Vue. So here, as you can see, I already installed it. You can just Google Vue Chrome and install it on your machine. The idea is that here, after installation, you have a Vue tab. This is how it looks like. And actually, this is all that you need to work with Vue. There are a lot of tabs here which are doing different things for Vue. So here, for example, you see your tree of applications like root, app, and inside we have our MCV register, and we see what router it is, but we're actually interested inside Vuex. So here, as you can see, the second tab is Vuex, and we have here on the left our mutations. So as you can see, here is increment, and here we can click and see the state. So first of all, we can check what is state right now. You can see that counter is 8, and we can see all actions or all mutations that were triggered. So here you can see that payload is undefined because we didn't pass any additional data, and type is increment. And you can exactly see how each our mutation changes our global state. Why it is good? Because it's super easy to debug. You just open this tab, you see what mutations are happening, and you can say exactly what is the problem, because after each mutation, you see the old state and the new state, and you can compare them and understand how it is working. In this video, you learned what is Redux, how it is implemented in Vue with the help of Vuex, and we even created our raw global state with counter inside and our first mutation that we triggered inside register page. Now we can continue with mutations and Vuex to implement some real stuff that we need for our register page. In previous video, you learned what is Redux, Vuex, and we even created our first mutation. Now we should continue creating our register page, and let's first look on modules. So let's jump right into it. So as you can see here inside our source store index, we are working with global state and mutations. It is all nice, but just imagine that we have here like hundreds of properties and hundreds of mutations, and later also hundreds of actions. We don't want this. This is why we have modules. And what is module? It is exactly the idea how we can avoid writing everything in global namespace. So let's say that we are working with feed. So we can create a state for feed, some actions for feed, and mutations for feed, and also other stuff that we will tackle later. So we scope everything which is related to feed inside our feed module. And for example, if we are making now register page and login page, we can say that we are working on the module authentication, and we can create this module and fill everything there. So this is really nice approach to make scalable applications. This is why we will use it. So let's start by creating our first module auth. So here first I want to remove everything from state and mutations here, because we won't use it at all. We will use only modules. And here our first module will be auth, and here we need to import it. We don't have it yet, but it will go in add. This is source, just to remind you. And here we have store, then modules, and then auth. This means that we will create here additional folder which is called modules, and inside we will create new file auth.js. So here we have export default, and here is the object. The question is, what should we export here? So now this is the module of Vuex, and here we want to export our state, actions, mutations, and getters. This is what we normally will export from here. But for now we don't have actions, so I will comment it out, and we don't have getters. So we want to create our state and mutations. So first of all, let's start with state, because it is easier. What is state? It's a part of our global state. What I'm meaning by that, here inside index we wrote inside state counter in last video. But of course we want somehow to structure the data that we have. And of course, if we will simply pollute all data like in window object, for example, then it will be simply mess. So let's say you want some data for the feed and you want some data for authentication. Of course, you want somehow to namespace it and split, and not just write like hundreds of properties inside root. This is why here we create a state, and this is exactly the state for our authentication. What properties do we need? The first property that we need here is submitting property, because for example when we are on register page we have here, as you saw previously, the button, and we will hit this button when we will try to register user. And actually it's a long process because we need to speak with the API, which means we want to disable the button while this process. Then user can't click several times on this button, and we will avoid unnecessary requests for the backend. This is why here we will have is submitting false, and this is actually our initial state. So by default we don't do any submitting, which means this property will be false. And here we have also property mutations. So we want to create some mutations and register them here. So here we're creating mutations, and this is an object, and here will be the name. And as you remember here, what we did previously in index, we created inside mutation this function for increasing the counter. So we're doing the same here. And what mutations do we need? First mutation that we want to create is register start. Actually, we want several of them because asynchronous request to API is long process, and we want to change some data on start, on success, and on failure. Let's start with the one mutation, and the first mutation here will be register start. And this is a function, so here as a parameter we are getting our state. And with this state, this is this state, we can work. So when we start registering, we want to set property is submitting to true. So it will be state dot, and here will be is submitting, and we simply set it to true. Now, how we can use this mutation? We can simply jump back in our component here, so views, register, and we used in previous lesson here, we created method increase counter. We don't need this method here, so I will comment it out and remove in a second. And we also want to comment out this counter, because it was only for testing purposes. I will also remove here counter and this button, because we don't need them. But what we need here is, first of all, to trigger somehow mutation. So here we created our form, but we don't have submit action. And this is exactly what we need in order to trigger our mutation. So here on our form, we want to have an action, and it will be submit. And just to remind you, we can say here .prevent, and here will be our onSubmit function. What does it mean? There are two actions actually, submit and submit.prevent. And prevent means that we want to add event prevent default to disable default behavior of the form, which means normally in HTML, when you submit the form, you have a post request on your backend. As we are doing SPA, single page application, we don't want this behavior and we just want our JavaScript code. This is why here I wrote submit prevent. Now we need to create our method onSubmit. So here inside onSubmit, we want actually to commit our mutation. So exactly the code that we have, I will copy it now here so we can test it. So here, first of all, we want to console log onSubmit, and then our commit will be the same what we wrote here inside our mutation. So it will be register start. So as you can see, it doesn't make any difference, and we are just writing the same here inside commit as we did previously when we wrote it in global, which means we can simply create modules and it will work in the same way like if we wrote it in global. So let's check if it's working. We don't have any errors here, and let's check in browser. First of all, we need to jump to register page. Here the same warning that login does not exist. This is fine. And now we click on sign up link here. And here we have onSubmit. This is our console log, and we can go to the tab with Vue to check if we have inside Vuex an action. And as you can see here, we have register start mutation, and here type is register start, payload is undefined, which is fine, we didn't pass anything. Now what is more important is our base state. As you can see now we have auth property, and inside is submitting true. And this is really important to understand. So when we are creating a module, here we have module in index. So here you can see property auth. This is exactly this namespace auth that we created. So this means that all properties that we are writing here inside state are not in the root anymore, but they are namespaced in this auth module. And this is why we're having here is submitting true. So this is all fine, and we created our first module and committed our first mutation. Now how we can subscribe to this is submitting data. So let's jump back in our register view, and we can actually change this computed property. What we want here to do is we want to create is submitting property and read it from our state. So here we simply can write a store state and then .auth is submitting. This is it. This is how we get data that we need from our modular Vuex. So now here, first of all, I want to check if it's working at all. This is why I simply write here is submitting. Let's reload the page, and here you can see false. Now we click sign up, and this value is true, which means we successfully binded our component register to our Vuex store. Now for normal usage, I won't write it just here, but I want to disable a button. And just to remind you, to disable a button, there is an attribute disabled with colon, and we simply apply here the value of some variable. In our case, we want here is submitting property, which is actually a computed property. So let's check if it's working now. We reload the page, and this button is green because the value is false. Now we click on the button, and button is disabled because the value is true. Actually, the idea is that on register start, first of all, we set this button to false, and then on success, we set it back to true. But this is the story which is going related to actions, and we don't know actions yet. But here in this video, we successfully binded our store and created our first auth module, as well as committed our first mutation. In previous video, we successfully created our first mutation and binded data from our auth module inside our register component. And now it's time to speak about actions. As I already said, actions are just asynchronous mutations. What I mean by that, let's jump inside documentation and check it out. So here inside core concepts, we have mutations and we have actions. What's the difference? We use mutations to just change data on frontend. But the problem happens when we have some action which is going really long. For example, we're speaking with API, which means it's a long process, and we can't just synchronously write our code. And for this we need actions. So we want somehow to write our asynchronous call to the backend, and when it is ready, then we just trigger new mutation. So let's check in the example how it is done. Here is the basic example of Vuex action. So here, as always, we have state with counter, here is mutation, and here is action. As you can see, just from the start, there is no difference. Inside action is just a function, but here we are calling mutations. What's the difference? Inside mutations, you can't call asynchronous code. This is super important to remember. It's just forbidden. Inside actions, you can call asynchronous code. This means that we can't directly in mutation write some fetch of data for our API, but we can do that inside action. So here is exactly what we have here. We can write context commit and then increment. So what's the idea? Here is the actions. We have action increment, and as a parameter we are getting context. And context is actually like a store. So you can write here context.commit, like we did previously to commit a mutation, and here is the name of our mutation. And now here we can do this dispatching of the action outside in our components. So this means that we don't trigger the mutation, but we just trigger the action. So here we're writing store dispatch and then the name of the action. And it will start everything that is written here inside this action. So the idea is that here we can use several mutations. Let's write everything here in the real example. So here first we have on submit actually register start, but normally in the real application we will use here our action. So let's create it first. We need to jump here inside our auth.js, this is our Vuex module, and create here actions. So I will simply uncomment them and create here const actions. And this is also an object, and we also have here the property. And here we will name it register. Why is that? Because the idea of my naming is that action is some thing that we are doing, and mutations is start, failure, and success of that thing. Which means if we are talking about register action, this is when we are talking with API, we have one action register and we have three mutations: register start, register success, and register failure. So now we're creating action register. So here we are getting as an argument context, and this is just a function, and inside we want first to commit our mutation. So we're writing context dot commit, and here is register start just as a string. This is it. We can make here more commits, or we can make here authentication with real API, but we will do it later. First of all, what I want to do now is change inside our register view here on submit and not use commit, because commit is a mutation, but use dispatch. And we are dispatching the actions. So here we want not register start because it's not a mutation, but we want here action register. This is it. So once again, we want to dispatch actions and we want to commit mutations. This is it. So as you can see in documentation, we just provide the name of the action. Let's check the difference and how it works. So first of all, we reload the page, we don't see any errors, and now we're clicking inside sign up. And this store dispatch is not a function. I forget here the letter T. So let's reload it once again. We're clicking sign up. We don't have any errors. And here, when we are jumping inside view tab, we see our register start mutation. And this is important to understand because we don't see here our actions. We see only here mutations. But this doesn't trigger mutation, this is triggering action. And then inside our module, we're triggering register start mutation. And this register start is doing exactly the same like it did previously. So our state now is submitting true and our button is disabled. But now we have a possibility to write here asynchronous code. Let's try it really easy. We can write here set timeout and write here a function. And inside we can say that in 1 second we want to commit register success. So here will be register success. And we need to create new mutation here. If you will just simply write code like this, we can actually check it, you will get an error. So here we don't have an error, we click sign up and we are getting the error after 1 second, unknown mutation type register success. And this is what I like about Vue. You always get nice errors and they're like super short and super understandable. For example, here we understand, okay, we don't have mutation type register success. So we need to create it first inside our mutations. So here I will copy register start and write here register success. And we also are getting our state as an argument and we want here to change is submitting to false. Because we know, okay, when we successfully registered, we don't want to disable this button anymore. Let's check now how it's looking. So we are clicking sign up and let's look inside our Vue tab. So here we have two mutations, register start, and you can see on the right this is submitting is in true, and then we have register success, and here is submitting is in false. And this is exactly what we wanted to achieve. This is our code, how we will write API calls here. Because set timeout is actually a synchronous process and the same as API call. So here we will call some API and on success we will commit mutation register success and on failure register failure. In this video, you learned what are actions and why do you need them inside Vuex. So this is important to remember that when we want to trigger mutation, we are writing commit, and when we want to trigger action, we are writing dispatch. This is the main difference. The second difference is that for mutations, we can't write asynchronous code inside, so it is always synchronous. And inside actions, we can write asynchronous code because this is exactly the purpose of our actions. In previous video, you learned what are actions inside Vuex and how to use them, and we created our first register action. But we use set timeout inside and would be nice to use real request for our API. So let's do it in this video. Now we want to change our register action to use real API. And the first question is, what is this API? So to check the API request, you can always jump in demo real world IO and here inside network, click what you want. For example, I want to know the API URL for sign up. This is why I'm clicking here sign up and here we have users request. As you can see here, we get a request to conduit production ready IO/API/users. And this is a post request. And here we need to pass a payload, which means if we will write some data inside, which should be actually valid data, and I'm clicking sign up, you can see that we still get an error. But here we have a user property and the data that I passed inside. So this is our URL that we will use everywhere. Now the question is how we will fetch data from our API. And for this I prefer to use Axios package. This is why you need to install this package. What is Axios? This is the most popular library in JavaScript to work with API, like to make put, post and other requests also. So here we need to write yarn add and then Axios, and it will install Axios package inside our project. Now we can use it directly. Actually, if you want to know how to use it, just Google Axios and open the official library. And here there are examples how to use it. So first of all, installing, just npm install or yarn install. And here are examples. So we simply write Axios get if we want a get, or Axios post if we want post. But actually, we won't use it directly like here, with importing just Axios inside our file, because we want to create first the wrapper. And there are two questions, of course, why we need a wrapper and what we will write there. So normally I prefer to wrap such things like libraries for fetching inside wrapper in order to change them later if I need to. So if at some point you want to use some other libraries and not Axios, then you can simply make it. Also, it is nice if you want to do some additional configuration, then you can use your wrapper. So here, as you can see, the package is already installed, and I want to create here inside source new folder. And here will be folder API, and inside we will write all code which is related to our API. And the first thing that we want to create is Axios configuration. So here will be new file, and let's name it axios.js. So this is a wrapper for Axios. You can name it whatever you want, like maybe fetcher. And here I want to import Axios from Axios. And now I want simply to export default Axios. And you will understand why I wrote like this in a minute. So now we can add here some configuration for Axios if we want to, and then everywhere we will use Axios from this file and not from library like on the top. So here we created our Axios fetch library, and now we want to create additional file inside the API to work with auth. Why is that? I have an idea which works quite nice, that we need to mirror our store inside API, which means here we have different modules, and normally these are entities, and we can create the same modules inside API folder. For example, we are working with auth, and we can create auth module for store and auth module for our API. So we will write in that file everything which is related to auth. We can do the same, for example, with article, but of course we can't mirror it like always. So for example, here we can create two pages like create article, edit article, but in API it will be simply article, and we will write everything which is related to article there. So let's start here from auth.js. Inside here we will store all our requests which are related to authentication. So how we will use it? First of all, we need to import Axios here, and it will be from add, then API, then Axios. So we don't write it from npm package, but from our local Axios. And now we want to create new method register, which will get some credentials. This is the data that we will give inside our component. So here are credentials. And here inside this function, we want to make our request. So we return axios.post, and you saw here this request. As you can see here, we have HTTPS conduit production ready IO. But just imagine that in every place we need to copy-paste this full URL. It doesn't make any sense, and we want to create base URL. So we can write here just /users/ for example, login, if it is login, or if it is registered, then just /users. And here will be an object with property user, and here will go our credentials. And you might ask why I wrote it like this, because here, as you saw in the example, we have a property user, and inside everything that we got from the form. Which means in this method register, when we call it, we need to pass our form data. So we successfully created our register method, and now we need to export it. And I prefer to export as a default the object with all methods that I created. So here we're adding to export default our register method. And now we can use our API for auth inside our store. So let's jump back in store modules auth, and here on the top we can import what we want to from our API. So here we can name it auth API, and it will come from add API/auth. So we imported this helper, and this is exactly the idea. So we separate completely the logic with working with APIs inside that API folder, and everywhere we're using only these helpers. So here we have our register action, and we can actually commit everything here. And now we want inside the register to return a promise. And we want to resolve it at the different places, and we want in that places to do commits. This is why we want here a promise. So for this we need to write return new promise, and here will be resolve, because we need for now only resolve. And here we will have our auth API dot register, and inside we are passing credentials. And the question is how we're getting here credentials. And this is exactly that payload that you saw previously inside Vuex. So here inside register we have context, but we also have here data that we passed through our action. And here we have our credentials. And we can now pass them here as credentials inside register. And register method gives us back then, and then means success, and here we're getting our response. So first of all I want to console log here response, so we can check how it looks like. And also I want here to make this context commit, and here will be register success. So here is context commit register success, and I also want to pass here some data that we get back, like the response. So here I will pass response data user. Why I pass it like this? Because here in preview, actually these are errors, but if we will register with some real data, which will be valid, you can see our request, and this is our response. So inside response there is a property user, and this is our current user data. So this is why here I have response, then data, and then .user. So we are committing register success with this data that we got from our API. And actually here it's not API, but not auth, but auth API. And after this we want to resolve our request. So here I am resolving response data user. And I will show you in a second why I want to resolve it here. And if you have an error, you want catch. So here after then, you want .catch, and here we get some result. So if we have errors, first of all, I want to console log these errors. So here is result errors, and here we just have a result. And after this, we want actually to commit failure mutation. So for this, we are doing context commit, and here will be our register failure, and we will create it in a second because we don't have it now. And here will be result, response data, and .errors. Why I am writing like this? Because as you saw previously, when we are getting some errors like backend validations, it is written inside data with .errors. This is why I wrote here data.errors. Now we want here to copy this register success mutation and create our register failure mutation. So here is our mutation, and we want to set is submitting to false because we got the response from backend, and yes, it is fail, but we don't need is submitting property anymore. So this is exactly how we normally are writing communicating with backend. So here we have some API call, we have then here we want to commit something, and we want to give some data back in order to subscribe to them in the component, and I will show it in a second. And here we have catch, and if we have an error, we want to commit our failure. So as you can see, we don't have any errors, so let's check in browser. So here we are on register page. Nothing is broken here. We're clicking sign up, and as you can see, we already get the error. So here at least our store made this request. So here you can see localhost 8080/users not found. And this is obvious because here inside API auth, we have a register with /users, which means we are using the same host as it is written here. And we don't want this host, but we want this conduit URL. And this is exactly the point why I created this API Axios, because here I want to set base URL. So here we can say Axios defaults, then base URL, and here will be our base URL. So we can copy everything from here with the word /API also, because we want then to write only /users. So this is now our base URL, and if we will reload the page and click again, as you can see here, the base URL now is correct, HTTPS production ready IO API users. And here is the result error, which means we got some backend validation. And actually with this API, if you are getting 422 error, this means that your data that you give inside is not valid. So here obviously it's not valid because it's an empty object. And here we're getting the backend validation like error, email can't be blank, password can't be blank, and username can't be blank. So let's take a look on our mutations. Here is Redux tab. Sorry, not Redux tab, but Vue tab. And here we have Vuex. And you can see that we have register failure, and this is our payload here. And here is our state. So we have here is submitting in false, because this is the only thing that we change inside our module. So here we have failure and is submitting is false. But what is more important here, we have payload with backend validation. And this is this code. So here inside catch, we wrote this result response data errors, and we wrote them inside payload. This is why we can use them now, for example, in other places or inside our component. And now I want to show you why I wanted to resolve here the data of the user. So if we will jump back inside our register view, you can see that we are making here this store dispatch register. And actually we can return the promise back. And now this is exactly what we did. So here we returned the promise. This is why here is return new promise. So we can write here then, and here is some result. And let's just console log this result here. So here is a result from register action, and here is comma result. And as you can see here, we will never come in this component in then if we get an error. So errors we want to fix or to cover inside our modules in Vuex. But if we will give some valid data to register a user here, and then I will clean everything, and we're hitting here sign up, we still get an error. So something is not valid. Okay, this can't work because for now we don't pass anything in this object because we didn't bind our form yet. So how we can use it? We can simply say here in dispatch register our credentials. And of course it will be not valid, and this is only for testing purposes. So I want here to pass email, and it will be some email that does not exist yet. Then we want here username, and it should be some username, and then password. So here is our password. And this is only for testing purposes because we want to see if we are getting here with success. So now let's reload the page and try again. We actually don't need to fill anything here because we predefined our data inside JavaScript. And as you can see here, we are getting our response, and this is 200 response. So here is post with correct data, and we got our response from public API. And here is the response and the result inside our component, which means for us, our actions from Vuex are actually promises. And this is super comfortable because you always want to do something inside your component after your action is successfully finished. This is why we wrap all our actions in new promise. And now here we can react, for example, and redirect user to the other page. But this is the point for other video. In previous video, we created our register API call, but we did it in a very rough way. Because here in our dispatch, we simply used some data, which we wrote here, and we did not bind our form. So first of all, we need to fix this and bind the data of our form to our dispatch action. How we can do this? Actually quite easy, because we can simply write inside our component the data, which will be several properties inside this. So for example, here on the top after name, we can create data property. And just to remind you, data should always be a function and not a property of the object. So here we want to return several fields of the form. We want here to have email, and at the beginning it will be empty string, then password, it will be always empty string, and username, also empty string. So our properties are there, and now we just need to bind these three properties with vModel. And just to remind you, vModel is two-way data binding, which means we get the value inside input when we change the property, and we get the value from input in the property every time when we change it inside our input. So we can simply say here vModel equals, and here will be username, and then I will copy paste it here, and it will be email, and then vModel for password. So in this case, we have all three vModels binded, and we simply can use them inside our dispatch. So we can remove this code and write here this email, then for username it will be this username, and for password this password. Now let's check if it's working. So let's reload our page and jump inside register. Now if we will write something inside our form and click submit, we should get correct data inside our request. So let's check this out. Here on the bottom you can see our user request, and here is our payload. And as you can see, we have all fields from our form. So this is exactly how we can simply work with simple forms, which means you don't need any additional libraries. We simply create some data properties and we are passing them on submit. The next thing that I want to fix is to improve our reducers. So let's jump to our modules auth, and as you can see here, we have only one property is submitting. Of course, it's not enough for our authentication module because we want to store more information. First of all, we need to know if the user is logged in or not, and we want to store current user data and validation errors if we have any. So let's create these properties. First of all, we need isLoggedIn property, and it will be by default null. And the question is why it is null, because from the naming I would say that this is Boolean. And actually there is an idea behind it. So by default it is null because we don't know yet if user is logged in or not. And then after we, for example, fetch current user and we know it, then we set this variable to true or false, which means this property has 3 states and not 2. Now we also need current user property, and it will be null by default because we didn't save it there yet, and we also need validation errors, and it will be also null by default. And then when we catch an error, then we will fill validation errors there. As you can see, I am writing everywhere nulls and not undefined. And actually this is the idea, so in the whole project I am sticking only to nulls. You can do the same with undefineds if you want, but I don't want to use both of them in the project. So our state is ready, and now we need to update our mutations. Why is that? Because, for example, when register success is happening, we want not only to change is submitting property, but do more stuff. So first of all, I want in register start to say that state validation errors equal null. And why is that? Because let's check on the example. So here is the demo page where we are looking, and actually when we are clicking sign up, you can see that we are getting the errors after it was invalid. Now if I click once again sign up, you can see that all errors are staying here until we are getting the response from the backend. And I don't want this behavior. I want always to remove all errors at the beginning of the request and then only show them at the failure. So this is why we have here validation errors null. In success, we need to set state is logged in to true, because we know that after successful register we are for sure logged in, and we want to save inside current user our payload. And the question is, what is payload? So actually here at the second parameter we have payload, and as you can see in our action on register success, we are passing is inside response data user. So actually the second parameter of the commit is our payload, and here we can use it and save this data inside our state. Now regarding failure, actually is submitting false is fine, but we also want to say here that validation errors equal payload, which means we also want to have here payload, and actually we are already getting it here. We are passing errors from the backend, and we want to save them inside validation errors. Now let's check if it's working as expected. And also we can remove here console logs because we don't need them, and here uncommented code. So here let's jump to the browser. We don't have any errors. Now I will write something in our form and click sign up. And now we're interested in Vue. So here inside Vuex tab, you can see that we are getting a register failure mutation. And as you can see, this is our payload, so we are getting errors from the backend. And here you can see how our state is looking after this mutation. So here is login is null, but the most important is validation errors. So we successfully saved them when we got failure, which means now in our whole application, in any place, we can use this data from Vuex to render errors for the user. Now let's try to make a register success. So we need some valid data here and some password. Now we're clicking sign up, and as you can see, we're getting register success. So here, of course, we have validation errors, which is not correct. So basically we need to remove them because we had them. Actually, where is register start? We don't see register start here, and this is actually a problem because register start should remove for us these validation errors. And as you can see, we don't do register start here inside our action. So first of all, we need to add it here. For example, before we are doing our request, the only thing that we need to do is say here that we want to do register start, and we don't need to pass any parameters. Now let's try again. So we just fill our form. Actually, we wanted to test it with valid data. And now we're clicking sign up. And as you can see, we have register start and failure. This is exactly what we expected. Of course, not failure, but I think I wrote something not correctly. Okay, username is already taken, so we need to change that. Now we're clicking sign up, and we're getting error again. Username is too long. Let's make it like this. And now we're getting success. So let's check our Vue tab. Here we have at the end start, which is fine because as you can see, we removed validation errors on the start. And now this is success. This is our payload on success. And here is how our auth reducer is looking like after success. So here is our current user, and in this case, this is the object, because we saved inside current user all information which was the response of the backend. And now we set also is logged in to true, and now we can use all this information everywhere to access current user or is logged in, and we will do it a lot. So as you can see, we improved our mutations. It doesn't look that difficult. So basically we just save a plain state and we change it with mutations. This is it. And our action will always look like this, like the promise. And here is commit, and we're doing some commits on success and failure. Now, one more thing that we are missing is redirecting to the home page. As you can see, after we are getting register success, we don't redirect user. And actually we can do it really easy because here we returned a promise. Why is that? Because now in register view file, we have here then. Because this is a promise, we can use here then, and instead of this console log, we can write push to home page, for example. So let's do that. Console log we don't need anymore, and actually we don't need any data here because we are sure if we are in then, this means that this is success. So here we can use router directly with this and $router because it is injected in every component inside Vue. And here what we want to say is push, but we don't want to use direct URL and we want to use the name of the URL. So here we can open our router index and check the name. And we want to push user to path /, which means we are using name home. So here should be an object with name home. And just to remind you, this is important to use names everywhere, then we don't need to update path like in hundreds places, but we just update a path inside our router. And this is the one-liner that will push us to home page. So let's check this out. We need to jump to the console. I will make it a little bit smaller. Now I will create the user that for sure does not exist. And here is my password. Now sign up. And as you can see, we're redirected on home page, which means it was success. And then in our component, we are getting inside then. And here we made redirect on the home page. So everything is working as expected. And our register module almost is finished. The only thing that we're missing is saving the token inside local storage. But this is the topic for another video. In previous video, we almost finished our register page, but we are missing one stuff, and this is the saving of access token. So now a little bit about authentication and how it works. So normally we can create an account. This is the demo page that we normally are testing, and after you create an account, you are signed in. Or you can just sign in here, and after that, we are setting access token inside local storage. So here inside applications in development tools, inside local storage on the left, we have GBT token. The name here doesn't matter, but here is the value on the right. And this is super important. Then every time when we reload the page, you see here that we have a request to /API/user. And this is a special request to get a data of current user. And normally we are making this request only if we have here this token, because if we don't have this token, this automatically means that we are not logged in. If we have this token, this means that we saved it after register or logging in, and now we need to validate that this token is valid and we can get current user data and we have access to specific pages. So basically this request, and you are getting this response only because in the request here we gave authorization token. So we need to give this authorization token every time to the server. Actually, not every time, but every time when we want access to some things where anonymous user doesn't have access. But normally it's preferable to just give this token every time, and it doesn't matter if you have it or not. If not, then you are just setting empty string, and this is it. And then the backend will validate if a token is valid or not, and decide if the information that you are asking for is for you or not. For example, if you can access or remove this article, if you are an author of this article, and so on. So our goal in this video is to save this access token after registering, and we can use it later just to get current user or to make requests for backend which are authorized. So what we want to do is here on the register, after registering, when we have success, we want to set inside local storage this token. So I will open it here in application in local storage. I don't have any keys. I have one key from the Webpack dev server, but this doesn't matter. The idea is that we want to save the information that we are getting from backend. And as you can see, this was our register request from the last lesson, and this is post, and in the preview here we're getting user information. And what is interesting for us here is token. This is just a string, and we simply need to save it and use later. So the idea is that we need to save inside local storage this string. And the question is, what is the best place to do that? And actually it is for sure not mutations, because the idea of mutations that they are synchronous and normally you're writing their stateless JavaScript. The best idea for side effects, like for example fetching API, using local storage or whatever you want to do what is side effect, you need to write them inside actions. As you can see here, we already have here promise and we have here API call, and actually we can add here also local storage, which will be quite fine. So after we are inside then, so we know that it was success, we can simply write here window, then local storage, set item, and inside set, for example, with key access token, the value, and our value will be response.data, and as you can see here we have user and then token. And actually this is it. With this one-liner we can simply save the data to local storage. But of course we want to do better. Why is that? Because first of all, if you know, in JavaScript this local storage set item and get item doesn't work that good with objects or arrays, and we want to parse them first, because actually in local storage we are storing everything as a string, and it's not comfortable every time to get an object back as a string and then to normalize it like JSON parse, or every time stringify an object if you want to write something in local storage. This is why I recommend you always to create some wrapper when you are working with local storage or session storage like cookie. So we will comment this line here and create a helper to work with our local storage. So let's create here in source the folder helpers, and inside we can create, for example, persistence storage. So let's name it persistence storage.js, and actually it will be just a helper for us to work with local storage. So we want here two functions which will work exactly like functions from local storage from window. So here will be get item, and here is the key. So the key is the string of what is on the left. So here, for example, the key is log level webpack dev server. So what we want to do here is we want to wrap the code in try catch, because it is possible that when we are making JSON parse to parse the stringifying content, we will get an error. So this is why here I will write catch, and here we are catching error. And then what we want to try is we are returning JSON parse, and here we are parsing local storage, get item. So this is the native local storage from window, and here is our key. So we are using directly local storage here, and we are trying to parse it. If it's string, fine, we will just get a string, but if it is an object, we will get back a valid object and not a stringified object. And if we are catching an error, we want first to return null, because actually we can't return the information, and we want here to throw an error. So maybe console error in getting data from local storage. And here will be our error. So our get item is ready, and actually I want to copy it and create set item. So actually it will be really similar, but it will be set, and here we will have not only key but also a value. So we are passing some data that we want to save inside. And we also have here try catch, and here we will do not JSON parse, but actually just local storage set item. So we want to set it to local storage with the key that we passed, and here we want to do JSON stringify. So we want always to pass a string inside, just because we can save in local storage only strings. So for example, if we are passing here an object, then we will with JSON stringify this object in the string, and then we are setting it inside local storage. And if we are getting some error, we don't need to return here null, because we said we don't expect something to be returned, and we simply throw here error in setting data to local storage. So this is how our wrapper is looking like. Actually, it's not Vue specific. You can normally build such wrapper in any framework, and it is actually not related to framework at all. But now our get item and set item are safe, so we know that we've wrapped everything, we won't get any errors from local storage set or get item, and we can simply use it inside our auth. Now, what we want to do is jump back inside our modules auth, and here on the top to import our get item and set item. Actually, for now, we just need set item, and we can import it from add, then it was helpers, and then the name was persistence storage. So here is our set item, and we can use it instead of directly window local storage set item. And now this set item is working the same, so here is the key access token, and here is our data. So let's check how it works. So here we reload the page, and we need to register a user with correct credentials. And after registering, we're clicking login, and as always, something already exists. The password is too short. Okay, let's make password longer. And now we're clicking sign up, and we're on the home page. The most important here is when we are going inside application local storage, that here we saved our access token, which is this JSON stringified string. Which means now we saved it after registering, and we can use it everywhere later, and it will be saved in local storage even if we reload the page. This is exactly the idea. So until we have this access token, that means that user maybe is logged in. Why it is maybe? Because we don't know if this access token is valid or not, and we need to make backend request every time to know if the user is there and if the token is still valid. In this video, we successfully created our persistence service and also saved our access token after registration. In previous video, we successfully finished our register page and created our persistence service, and with the help of it, we saved our access token. But now we are missing our backend validation errors, so let's implement them in this video. So let's check how it looks like. So here is our demo that we are checking, and when we are clicking sign up, you can see on the top we have a list of errors. But here is what? When we go to network and we click sign up, you can see here the response. So we have an error property, and inside we have our fields. And basically each key of this object, and errors is an object, is a key, for example, email. And as a value, we have an array of strings, for example, can't be blank. And then we render something like this is the key and this is the value. And if, for example, in username we have several values, like several strings, then we simply join them with empty space. Actually here not, here we just duplicate them, like and render as the list, but normally you will see them as concatenated with the space or comma. So actually like it looks here. So you have all username errors in the single line. So this is what we need to render. Now let's think how we want to proceed. So actually this will be an additional component, and yes, we can write this logic directly in our register page, but the point is that we want to reuse this component between pages. For example, inside our login page, we have exactly the same component. So here is sign in, we are getting backend errors, and here we render them. And we have the same, for example, when we create article, which means it's for sure our shared component. So let's create it now. So we can name it, for example, validation errors component, and we can create it in source components. And now we have here only hello world view, and actually this is just the test component, but we can use it. And first of all, we need to check at what file we are using it, because we want to completely change it. As you can see, we are using it in home page, and basically I will simply remove it. Actually, this is source views home. I will remove here hello world because this is just the test component. We don't need it. I will remove from here everything. So I have now just here home. Now let's jump back in our component hello world and rename it. So we want this component to be named differently, for example, validation errors. I think this is normal name for such component. And this is the shared component. So first of all, we want to change our name. And just to remind you, we used special prefix. So inside our register component, we used prefix MCV. So we will use it everywhere in every component. This is why it will be MCV validation errors. So our name is there. Now we have here props. Let's talk about props a little bit later, so I will just comment them out so we won't forget about them. The next thing that we want to specify is what we calculate. And for this, we actually need our props. So what are props? Actually, we want just, for example, inside register page to pass all errors that we have inside this component. And actually, these errors we already wrote inside our store. So here inside store modules auth, on the top you can see validation errors. And when we have register failure, we wrote validation errors inside our property. So we can use it now inside register and pass inside in the validation errors component. For this we need to create here props, and as a parameter, first of all we need validation errors. I think this is nice name because we know what we are passing. And here we can specify that it should be an object. Why it is an object? Because this is exactly how it looks from the backend. So type is object and required here is true. And what I really like in Vue is props, because they are not working that good, for example, in React and Angular. And here we can specify them really simple, and we are really getting nice error messages if we don't pass something or we didn't pass the correct type. So here we are saying, okay, validation error should be an object and it is required. Now let's jump back inside our register view and try to use this component. So here we have our placeholder for validation errors, and if we want to use it, we need to write it either camel case or with dashes. And I prefer to stick to the plain HTML syntax and write everything with dashes, because actually camel case is not valid name in HTML. So this is why we want to say here MCV validation dash errors. And actually it doesn't matter if we are writing it like this or if we are writing it like this with camel case. I prefer dashes, but both variants will work. But please stick to one variant and not just type sometimes with camel case, sometimes with dashes. So here is MCV validation errors. And let's just check how it looks like. So our server is working, and when we reload the page, we are getting an error. Unknown custom element MCV validation errors. And this is super in Vue. We get error messages which are really super clear. So this is obvious. We didn't register this component. So we need to register it here on the bottom. So here we have a name, and we can say here components and register our component. The question is, how do we do this? We can simply say here MCV validation errors. And now we need to import MCV validation errors from, and here will be add components, and we named file validation errors. So we just save it and reload the page. And here, of course, we are getting an error because I forget comma as always. So here now we have an error that path does not match the corresponding path on the disk, which means the file is named differently. So here I have validation errors with the big letter, and here I wrote it with small letter. So first of all, let's write it correctly, and I think we need to put .vue at the end, because in other case it won't understand it. And as you can see, we're still getting error that props. Okay, this error, as you can see, is inside validation errors. So here is the same error, I forget comma, inside export default. So let's jump back inside our validation errors and put here comma after the name. Now, as you can see, everything is working and we're getting still here validation errors message. Let's check if I removed it. As you can see on the top, I forget to remove it. So here I remove this message, and now we have only our errors. But as you can see, nothing is rendered. And let's check what we have inside. We have here inside template hello world, and this is actually it. Because hello world is not correct, we need to change it to MCV validation errors, for example. So as you can see, our component is successfully rendered, but we're getting an error here, missing required prop validation error. So it is super clear now, we need to provide validation errors from the parent, from register Vue inside our component. How to do this? Let's jump back inside our register Vue and check how we used our auth.isSubmitting. As you can see, this is simply a computed property, and we can do the same stuff to get validation errors. So let's create here computed property, name it validation errors, and here we simply say state.auth.validation errors, because we saved it in auth and we can use it everywhere. So now validation errors is ready as a computed property, and we simply need to render it. So here we need to pass inside validation errors. And as you can see, I am doing the same stuff here. I am using dashes and not camel case. And here we will have validation errors. And one more thing that you might want to do is to write here if condition, because actually we want to render these errors only when we have them, because it doesn't make any sense to even try to render this component if we don't have any errors. This is why here we can say if, and here will be validation errors. And we know that this condition won't pass by default, because by default we have null. And then this component won't be rendered at all. So if we will reload the page, you can see that we don't have any errors, and now inside our validation errors we can actually render our property validation errors. So let's try to render it and check how it goes. So as you can see here, we don't see anything at all because we don't have any validation errors. Now we click in sign up button, and as you can see here, we got our errors, so our component was rendered. So once again, how it is working. So here let's jump inside Vue, inside Vuex, and here you see that we have mutation register failure. And this mutation sets inside our state, inside auth, property validation errors. And as you can see here, we have some data, which means this is not null anymore. And here we have a subscription inside our register here for the property validation errors. So this is just computed property, which is subscribed to the part of the state. So when this validation errors changes, then this property also changes. And here we have if condition, so if we have validation errors, then we are passing this validation errors inside, and our component is rendered. And here we rendered our errors. So now everything is fine, we passed our errors, and we need simply to normalize them, because they are in this strange object system, and we want to do here something like an array of strings and simply render it with loop. So first of all, I would remove here this MCV validation errors, and what we can do, we can normalize these errors. So for this we can create computed property. Why is that? Because actually if you want to simply transform some data inside Vue, the easiest way to do this is through computed properties. So you already have some value inside this, like these validation errors for example, and you can create new computed property based on one or several properties inside this. So this is exactly what we are doing here. So here is computed property, and let's name it, for example, error messages. And don't forget that computed property should be a function. And here we want to return, let's return first of all empty array. And here I will console log these validation errors, so we can check how they are looking like. So here we are clicking sign up, and as you can see, this computed property is not rendering anything because we didn't use it. So instead of validation errors here, we need to render error messages. And now we will get our log. So here we're clicking sign up, and we see that this is of course observer because we are in Vue world and all our properties are observed. So actually this is an object, and we have here inside properties like email, password and username. So we need somehow to loop through each key and value and combine together these strings. So for this we can use object keys. So let's do this now. What I want to do here is return object keys, and object keys will return for us the array of email, password and username as strings. And we have object keys from these validation errors. So here we have an array of 3 strings. Now we want to map them here and get the name of each string and then somehow generate beautiful string. So what we want to do first is to combine all our values. As you can see here, we have, for example, for username, in a value can't be blank and is too short. And I want to join them together. So for this, we can create variable messages. And this is these validation errors. And we want to get exactly values of specific name. So this is why this validation errors name. So we are getting, for example, all values from username. And then we want to join them with space. We can also do this, for example, with comma, but I think space is fine. And now we want to return concatenation of our name, which is email, and then here messages. So once again, what we are doing here. So this is the computed property, which is based on these validation errors. And here we have object keys. So we return the keys of the object. Then we are mapping through every element, and this is array of strings. And now we are getting name like password, email, or username. And now we are trying to get all messages of this property. So we are getting from this validation errors name these properties, and we join them in a string. So we are getting here messages is a string. And now we want to return concatenation from name and messages. So let's check if it's working. When we reload the page and we are clicking sign up, you can see that here we are getting the array of strings. Email can't be blank, password can't be blank, and username can't be blank. And here actually I want to put comma because in other case it doesn't look that good. So let's put here comma and space. And now actually it should be fine. So here we have username can't be blank, comma is too short. I think this is fine. So this is how we normalize our error messages in human readable form. Now we just need to render them in some normal way. So here actually we don't need div, but we want to make these messages like red, like here. So we need here UL and inside li. And actually we want to use here a loop. So it will be v for loop. And we are going to get error message in error messages. So this is just simple ng4 inside Vue. And just to remind you, you need always to set a key. And this key should be unique. And actually for us, every string will be unique. So we can simply say error message here. And now inside our li, we want to render error message. So this is it. This is our whole validation errors component. Now let's check if it's working. So let's make it smaller. And as you can see, it already works, but this is actually black and we need to make it red. And for this, we need to add here class error messages. And as you can see, our class is applied and now all our error messages are rendered. In this video, we created our first shareable component, validation errors. And actually we read data from our Vuex and simply created a computed property with this data and then gave this property inside our new shareable component. Then inside it, we normalized this data and now we can reuse everywhere this component and just pass error messages from the backend inside. In previous video, we successfully created our first shareable component, validation errors. In this video I want to talk a little bit about Vuex, actions and mutations, and we need to refactor a little bit of code. So what I want to check. Here, as you can see inside our auth.js, we have some mutations like register start, success and failure. And when we are calling them, normally we just use them by string. So we simply write here register start, register success, register failure. And we are doing the same inside our Vue register view when we want to call our action. So we are dispatching just a string. And as you can understand, it's really easy to write string not correctly. And here we have two problems. The first problem is that all mutations and all actions are global. And as I said, we created all our actions and mutations in store inside our module auth. But it doesn't matter inside what module we created them. They are still global, which means here our action register is global. It means that we can't create one more action register. With the same problem, we can't create other mutations like register start, success and failure, because obviously they are global, and we are listening them the same actions or mutations in every part of our application. So there is no way how we can write them differently, and actually it is completely normal for Redux approach to have only global actions, or in the case of Vuex, actions and mutations. So basically you just need to remember in Vuex all mutations and actions are global. And actually, if you previously learned a little bit Vuex, you maybe heard something about namespaces. And you maybe think now, okay, this guy should tell now about namespaces. But actually namespaces I will leave for other video. For now you need to understand that everything that we wrote is global, which means all these mutations are global and actions are global. But here is my point. If they are global, we want to make somehow them unique. What I mean by that, let's say here that we have a mutation or action. Let's say that we are fetching an article, and we can fetch the article for different purposes. For example, in the single page we can fetch an article, so we will create action fetch article, and we can create a fetch article action inside some other page, for example edit article page, where we need to fetch article first. So we have here name collision or name problem, because actually we have like the same thingy, but we want to really make it unique. And in this case we can simply name our actions and mutations somehow unique. For example, we can prefix them with some word, for example the name of the module. Let's try to do exactly this now. So what I like to do in my project is export here mutation types. So this is how I'm naming it normally everywhere, and this is simply an object with names. In our case we can say here register start is some string, then register success is a string, and register failure is a string. And now we will everywhere use these mutation types, dot and this name. Why is this good? First of all, we will never make a mistake when we are typing a string, because this is the main problem. And also everything will be unique and global. So how is that? Here I want to start every string with the prefix auth. So here is auth, and then it will be register start. And now, of course, register start is quite unique, but if we are talking about something not that unique, for example, fetch an article, so here we would create a mutation fetch article. And now with this prefix auth, our string is unique. This is why module auth can have fetch article, and for example, other module like, for example, edit article maybe, can also have mutation fetch article. So we want to prefix everything here with auth. And this is one of approaches where we can have everything global, but it is kind of unique, because it should be just unique string. So here will be register success, and here register failure. And the second question is why I put here export const, and in all other places I just use it as a default export. Basically because this thing here is what is needed for Vuex, because this is how we prepare our module. This is what Vuex understands and needs to be exported in order for module to work. But here what I'm creating now actually doesn't have anything with Vuex. This is just an object with strings which we will use everywhere. The question is how we can use now inside our mutations this string. And actually quite easy. We can write here square brackets and say here mutation types dot, and here will be register start. And if you don't know what I wrote here, this is actually just a key. So this is the same, like for example register success here, and it will be evaluated as a value, which means JavaScript will read this and convert to the string. So obviously we can't write like this without square brackets, because this is not valid syntax, because here we have dot and JavaScript can't read it. This is why we need square brackets here to convert this in the string. So JavaScript will read this string and it will become this string. So let's try to change everything and check how it works. So here we will have mutation types register success, and here we have mutation types register failure. Now everywhere when we have commit, we should not use this string, but we should use our mutation. So we're writing here mutation types register start, and here will be our mutation type register success and failure. So you can think of these mutation types as our enum, so like something like constants that we're using everywhere. So here we have success and here we have failure. So it will be mutation types dot register failure. So we successfully changed all our mutations here, and we don't use them outside of our project. But basically if we want to, let's say here inside our register view, we want on submit to write some commit like we did here previously. So for this we can simply write this dot store, then commit, and here we need on the top to export mutation types and simply write here mutation types dot and whatever you need, for example register start. This is it. So in this case we don't have strings and we're using everywhere just our enums like mutation types. And here I also want to create action types, because we have our mutation types and we want to do the same with actions. This is why here we have action types, and for now we will have only one action type and it will be register. So here we can simply say that this is register and it's a string also with prefix auth, and here is register. So we don't even write it with the big letter, doesn't matter actually, we can write it with big letter how you want, because this is a simply unique string. And now outside we want to use it. So here as you can see we are using dispatch with this register name, and we want to use here not a string but our exported name. So here we can write import, and I will use here the structuring because we have export const, and here will be action types from and at, and then we are going in store modules and it will be auth. And now we have access to these action types, so we can simply say here that we want to do action types dot register. And now this is unique string and we can't really write it not correctly, because the string is only a string in one place and everywhere in other places we simply import what we need. So this is the way how I prefer to create enums for my mutation types and action types. And the same way how we did with mutations, we can do with actions. So here where we have register, we want to use action types dot register. So we successfully changed all our code. As you can see, we don't have any errors. Let's jump and reload the page. And now we need to check the view. So when we click here sign up, as you can see, our mutations are looking different. So now we have this prefix auth and then register start. First of all, from my point of view, it's much easier to understand from where this mutation is coming. Because just imagine you have a huge application and you have like hundreds of mutations and you have a huge list of mutations. And if you have here the namespace of your module, then it's much easier for you to understand what is it about. So as you can see here, we are doing the same stuff and actually everything is working. Here are our validation errors. First of all, we have here register start and then register failure. So here are our mutations, and as you can see, our request is there, which means that action also works. And basically, this is how I prefer to create enums for our mutation types and action types. You won't find such idea inside Vue documentation of Vuex, but you will see later how good this approach is. In previous video, we created constants for our action types and mutations. And actually I want to continue creating our project, because we already created our register page and would be nice to go to next pages. So let's create now our login page. And as you can see in the demo example, it is really similar. So if we jump to sign in page, you have exactly the same like we have in sign up. Here is title, other link. Now we have two fields. We don't have username here. We have sign in button. And when we click here, you can see in the network that we have a request in /API/user/login, and we are passing here the object with email and password. So it looks exactly the same. We get exactly the same validation message, and on success, we need to redirect user to the home page. This is why, because it's so similar, I have the idea that you can do it on your own. And here are 3 levels how you can do it. First of all, the first level is the hardest, so you just pause this video now and you try to completely implement this page on your own. Just do it now. If you want second level, is my first help and advice before you start. So the idea is that we have here auth module inside Vuex. And this is exactly what we will use for login page also, because as you can see, it is actually shareable between register and login, because here we have such properties as is submitting, is logged in, current user, and validation errors. So this is exactly the same properties like we have for register page, which means we want simply to create login page, create the same or mostly the same markup, bind properties from this component, and after this create here new mutation types and action types, and then add here more mutations and actions. So we need 3 more mutations like login start, login success, login failure, and also new action, login. And after this, we need to create inside our API auth new method, which will be login. And this is it. So if you want to proceed and start on Medium, then just pause this video now and try it on your own. And here is the easy level now. We will just do it together. So let's start. First of all, we want to prepare our auth and to check if everything is there. So first of all, I will go to store modules auth, and here on the top, check what mutations do we have. So here we have 3 mutation types, and actually we can copy them and create the same mutation types for our login. So I will simply change register word to login, and here is login start, and now here we can rename register word to login. And as you can see, it looks exactly the same, and this is exactly the idea. With Vuex, we are writing all code with structure in the same way, which means we always know how we will name things and how we will use them. So normally, if we have a request for API call, we have 3 mutations, and this is always start, success, and failure. So our mutations are there. Now we need here to add new action type, and it will be login action, and here we will have prefix auth, and here login. Now we need to register our mutation, and the question is, will it differ at all from our register? because here, as you can see, we have these register mutations, and from my point of view, they will be exactly the same like if we have now register. Because basically with login, we also want to set is submitting to true, validations to null, and do the same stuff with success and failure. This is why we can simply copy-paste everything, all three mutations, and paste them on the bottom. Now we simply want to rename this. So here we will have login start, and here we have is submitting true, validation errors null. This is exactly what we need. Now we have login success, and after success login we also get as a response current user, because the response of register and login are the same. Now we have these three fields: is submitting false, is logged in true, and payload we are setting. All fine, and now we have our login failure. And here we set is submitting to false, and we save here validation errors. So as you can see, this was mostly copy-paste because our mutations are the same or almost the same. And now we need to create our new action. And as you can understand, it will be really the same. So we can copy-paste the whole action here and paste it on the bottom. And we simply rename action types register to action types login. And we know that we are getting here context and credentials, but in this case in credentials we only will get email and password, and we have here promise. Now we need to commit here everywhere, not login, but not register but login. So here it is login start, and then here we need to create new method login inside our auth API, and we will do it in next 5 minutes. So here on then, we want to have mutation types login success, and here is the same access token. So we are setting access token after logging, so everything is fine, and we return back our user. So now when we have a failure, we want here to commit our login failure, and we pass inside our data. So as you can see, login is exactly the same like register, but with another API call and another mutations. So we successfully created our mutations and our new action. And now it's time to create our auth API login method. So let's jump inside API auth, and here we need to add this one method. And let's just copy it and name it login. And we know that here we're getting credentials, and we need to make this request like it was here. So it is API users login. And just to remind you, we have in base URL a prefix with API, so we don't need to write it, and it is simply /users/login. And inside we're giving data in the same structure. We need an object with property user and credentials inside. And now we should not forget here to export our login method. Now, as you see in module auth, here we don't need to import our login, because here on the top we are importing auth API, and it has all our methods inside. So here we prepared everything from the Vuex point of view, and now we can simply create our component. And as I already said, we won't try to reuse some things from register, and we will simply copy-paste it. So we will have just additional page with additional view for it. So here we can simply copy the whole register view and paste it here and just rename in login.view. Why I am doing that? Because I just don't want to write the whole markup from the start, because you know that here we will just change several things. So let's change the markup now. First of all, what we have to change is h1 tag. Here we have no sign up, but sign in. Now here we have router link, and it is going inside our register page. And now here won't be text need an account, but have an account. And here we have our validation errors. And as you can see, this code is exactly the same like it was in register. We don't need to change it. We also have on submit, but we won't have here username. So we can remove this field set completely and just leave email and password. And here we need to write sign in on the button, and actually we're almost finished. So here action types are fine, MC validation errors component is also fine, and our name here should be MCV login and not MCV register. So here inside our data we can remove username because we have only two fields, email and password. And now here we have computed for is submitting property and validation errors. And as you can see, this is exactly the same property in state like it was for register page. So this is all fine and we can leave it as it is. Now actually we can remove here console log, and here we want to dispatch not register but action types login. And this is exactly the new action type that we created. And inside we are passing only email and password. And then on success, when user is successfully logged in, we want to redirect the user to our home page. And we can remove this commented code with increase counter. And actually this is it. Our login page is almost ready. Now we need to register it inside our router index. As you can see here, we have on the top register, and I will copy it and write here import login from views login. So our login page is here, and we simply can copy our element and create new element with path login and name login. And now the component here also will be login but with big L. As you can see, we don't get any errors in our web server, so let's check in browser. So here we are on register page and we can jump to login page, and as you can see it is working. So we don't get any errors. Here you can see a sign in, have an account URL is going to register page, which is exactly how it should be. So we can click and we are getting just jump without page reload. Now we have here two fields and sign in button. Now let's check what's going on with Vuex. So here we have base state. Now let's try to write something in our fields. Now we are clicking sign in, and first of all we are getting here valid or invalid messages from the backend. And here in Vuex you can see two new mutations, login start and login failure. So here we have login start, and it sets is submitting to true, and then on failure we are getting these errors. They are looking the same like in register, and we normalize them through our component and render. So here are validation errors inside our auth. So as you can see, everything is working. Our API request is correct. It's API users login, and actually we implemented our login page really in a matter of minutes. Because if our Vuex is already there, it is super easy to bind our code inside component. And actually here is a bonus. We wrote all our computed properties like this, and just imagine that we can have like 20 of them in one component. And then there will be quite a lot of code inside computed properties. And there is a special helper inside Vuex which helps us to write it more efficiently. So let's comment out this code, this two computed property, and now import map state from Vuex. And now what is map state? This is a special helper that helps us to get some properties from our state. So what we can write here is spread, then map state, and inside we are writing an object. And here we have is submitting, this is the property that we want to get, and here we have a function. So we are getting state as an argument, and here we are saying what we want to get from the state. So just compare this code that we wrote here with this code on the bottom. So this is exactly these three lines, and this is how it looks like. So what is the idea? In map state, we just create all properties from Vuex. So we can have like hundreds of them like properties of the object. And the value of the object is how we will get this value from the state. So the value is a function, which means here if we want to add validation errors, we need to say that from state we need to get state.auth.validation errors. And as you can see, it's a little bit less code because you don't need to define every property as an additional function. So here is map state, and the most important part is these three dots. This is spread, because if you want to create some other computed properties here, then you need to create here spread, because you want to merge all properties from map state with your own properties. So basically, if we want to create our own computed property, we will create here computed property foo, for example, and say that it is return, for example, is submitting equals true, or whatever logic you want. So this is exactly why we need here spread. So we just not override everything in the object, but we merged all properties from the Vuex and we add there our computed properties later. So we will write like this in other components just to save time and write less code. So let's remove this commented code and check that everything is working. So we're reloading page, and on sign in, as you can see, it is working the same. So the button was disabled, and here we have our validation errors. And we can do the same thing inside register. So first of all, let's remove here our counter, and let's remove here our console log, and now we can improve our computed properties. First of all, we need here an import on the top. So let's add it now, and after this import, we want here to copy this map state from our computed. And now we can remove this code completely and paste here our map state call. So this is exactly how we are doing if we need to get several properties from our state of the Vuex. So in this video, we successfully created our login page. Actually, we copy-pasted quite a lot from registering, but as you saw, we can share some Vue state between different pages, for example, login and register. In previous video, we successfully created our login page. In this video, I want to create our top bar, so let's check how we can do it. Let's check in the demo example, and here, as you can see in our top bar, we have a logo on the left and some links on the right. But what is important after we are signing in, so let's do this now inside demo, we're getting a lot of new links, for example, new article, settings. Now here I have the image of my profile and my username, and also the link on the home. So which means we need to distinguish between authorized user and non-authorized user. So let's try to create this top bar. So actually the first question, where we will put it. This top bar is not related to any page, and actually it's a shareable component. So let's first create it here in source components, and let's name it top bar.view. Now inside, actually we can open validation errors view to check what properties do we need to create. So first of all, we need script and we need to close script, and we want to export default our new component. So here what we need to say is our name, and it will be mcv top bar. And now we don't want to put any properties, but we want to have a little bit of markup. So here is our template, and let's close it and just write some div inside. And here will be top bar. So our basic component is ready, and now we can put it inside our application. The question is where? Of course, we don't want to put this top bar in every view, because this is like useless. We want to have it in our general layout, and our general layout is app view component. As you can see here, we don't have any logic here, but we have only a template. And actually now we need to create some logic, because we want to inject here our top bar. But first of all, let's change this template, because it doesn't look that good. We don't need here h1 tag, and we can say here that we need div with id app, and this is just needed for CSS, I think, because we won't use ID directly, of course. And now here we will have our top bar here, and it will be our component, and after this we have our router view. So this is actually our layout markup. Now here we need to add a script so we can inject our component here. So here we're making export default, and the name will be app. And I will leave this name like an app because this is the main component of the application. And now here we're adding components, and we want to pass inside our new MCV top bar. And now on the top we need to import MCV top bar from add components, and now MCV top bar dot view. So actually this is it. We just imported our component and rendered it on the top. Oh, actually I didn't render it. So here should be MCV top bar. And let's close it now. And let's check in browser if it's working. No, it's not, because we are getting error that MCV top bar does not exist. So let's check what I created. Components, it's top bar view. Okay, we don't prefix file names with MCV. So here should be just top bar view. Now we don't get any errors, and as you can see on the top, we rendered our top bar component, which is all fine, and now we simply need to write some logic inside our top bar component. So the first question here, what properties do we need from our store? So here inside auth we have a lot of properties, but actually for top bar, first of all we want current user, because we need to render this badge on the right and username, and also we need isLogitIn to understand if we need to render login state or not login state. So for this I will put these two properties inside our component. And how can we do that? We already did it with map, and here will be state from Vuex. And now we want to add here our computed properties. So we create computed thing inside, and here we want to have spread of map state. And inside, as we did in previous video, we want to get two properties. First of all, it's current user. So from state we are getting state.auth.currentUser. And secondly, we want to get isLogitIn. So it is state, auth, and isLogitIn. And actually this is it. We got two properties from our Vuex, so our component already knows what properties to use in our markup. So now we just need to use these two properties to render content that we need to. So let's start with writing our markup. We don't need here div, but we want here nav with class navbar, now navbar light, and we want to close this nav tag. Now inside nav, it will be div with class container, and we are closing this div. And now inside container, we want router link. Why is that? Because it is the left part here with the link to the home page. So here will be router link, and here will be class navbar brand. And now we are saying here to. And inside to, we want to say to what URL we want this link to go. And just to remind you, we are saying here name because we want to avoid using path. And here name will be home. So we're closing now our router link, and inside we want to write some text. And here will be our brand name. So we can write here medium clone. Now after the link we will have on the right these links, and we need to render them. So it will be ul, then class nav, navbar nav, pool xs right. So I'm closing here ul, and now we have a lot of links inside, but these links are going with isLogitIn or not logitIn logic. But first link is home, and we are rendering it in both states. So we can simply say here li with class nav item, and we're closing our li, and inside it will be a link. So here will be again route link with class nav link, and here is to, and here we have name home. So exactly the same link how it is on the left, and here we close our route link. So inside our route link we want to write home. So our link is there, and now we want to see at least that it is working. So as you can see here, we are getting now inside top bar, on the left this medium clone text, and on the right our link to homepage. Now we need to create more lists. And the point is that we have a lot of them. First of all, if we are not authorized, then we need two links like register and login. And if we are authorized, then we show here new article, settings, and a lot of other elements like image and username. And of course, I don't want for every lead to write v-if condition, like v-if is logged in, then I'm doing something, because this is like too much code, and when we can do it better. So what we can use here is template. What is template? Template is a Vue component which won't be rendered in the DOM, and this is exactly what we want. So we can write some logic in template only for Vue. So here we can write v-if, and here is logged in. So in this case, if we are writing something inside, this template won't be rendered, but only elements that it has inside. So we can copy our li and paste it here and just change it. So we want to have a li with nav item, and here we want a link, as you can see here, new article. So for this it will be class nav link, this is fine, and name will be, for example, create article. We don't have it yet, but we will create it later. Now inside our route link, actually I don't like this indentation by prettier, I want to have it like this. So let's make it looking pretty. Yes, now it's fine. We have inside new article, but we also want here first to have an icon. So here will be e class ion compose, and here we're closing our e, and after this we want to place a space, and you can't place a space in HTML. This is why we are saying here NBSP. And if you don't know what is this is our space, how we define it inside HTML. So let's check how it looks like. So as you can see here, I don't see anything because I'm not logged in. So let's directly log in. But the main point is that we should not reload the page, because if we reload the page, then we will be logged out again. Because for now we don't get current user, we simply write this information after logging or registering. This means that in our case now we are logged in, but if I reload the page, then we don't see this new article. So as you saw, new article was there, so we need to add more HTML elements. So here I will copy the whole li, and this is exactly the case. If we won't write this template on the top, then we need to wrap every li with v-if condition, and this we can avoid with using template. So now the second thing is to render our current user. So in this case we want to know if current user is there to render this part. So here we can say v-if, and actually it's useless because here we have is logged in. And if we are logged in, this means that we already have current user. So we can simply write here li with class nav item, inside we have nav link, and it will be a link to the user profile. So here we can say that the name is user profile, we will create it later, but the point is that the URL won't be just /profile, but /profile and /some slug. And the question is how we can specify that. We can do it through params, and we can say here params slug, and here will be current user dot, and it will be username. So just once again, we have here router link, and we can generate quite complex router links. So we can pass here an object with the name, this is just /user profile at the end. But we can also pass here params, and then it won't be just user profile, but / and then slug. So here we can pass several params, and then we will specify them later inside router. In this case, we are passing params with slug current user username. And we are sure that we have current user at this point, because here we have vif is logged in, which means current user should be inside for sure. So now we created this link, and inside this link we want to render username and the picture. So here we can remove this icon and this text, and inside just put image with class user pic, and here will be source. And just to remind you, source in Vue, we are passing as an attribute with colon, and here will be current user.image, and we're closing our image. Now here we want to have a space, so in BSP again, and after this I want to render current user username. And this is it. This is our second link. So let's reload the page and check if it's working. As you can see, obviously we don't see these links, but now if we will log in again, then we should see them. As you can see on the right, I have now new article link and my profile image and my username. And here the URL is not correct, obviously, because we are getting warnings that all these paths are not routers yet. And we will create them later, so it's fine. It will work later out of the box. So here was template for our logged in user. Now we need to do the same for anonymous user. So for this, we need to create one more template, and I will close here template. And now inside we need vif condition. And here we can say vif, and here is logged in, but with bank here. So if we are not logged in, then we are rendering here something. But just to remind you, I talked about having null and having false, which means null means that we don't know yet if we are logged in or not, and this is exactly one of the cases. So here vif not means that it doesn't matter if we have null or false, and we will fix this later in other video, but for now we will render this part, and it doesn't matter if we don't know if we are logged in or not yet, or if we are really not logged in yet. So both null and false will render here the information. Now I want to copy one li here because I don't want to copy paste it. And inside this template we will have this li with router link, and it should go for login page. So here name is login. We don't need to have an icon here, and we simply have text sign in. And now we can copy this li again, and here will be our register, so sign up. And actually it's not from from capital I. And now here the URL will be with name register. And here we successfully created our two links, and let's check if it's working. So when we reload the page, you can see two links, sign in and sign up. And actually these two links are already working, but text is not correct here, it's sign up. So now, as you can see, we have sign up, which is fine, and sign in, and we can jump with these two links. And now, as you saw already, all information from Vuex is available for us because we simply binded these two properties, is logged in and current user, and we used these two properties inside our component just like normal properties. So here we have is logged in, and here we have information from current user. And here I see that I forget one more link here. You can see in demo that we have here also settings link. And for us, we have only new article and username. So let's add it now here. It is quite fast. We can just copy one li, inside is logged in. And here as a second link, it will be name settings. And here we want to render icon ion-gear-a, and here will be NBSP, and then the text will be settings. And now it should look exactly the same. So we have new article, settings, and logo with username. So as you can see with Vuex, you can simply share data everywhere, and we really created our top bar quite fast with binding all our data to our component. In previous video, we successfully created our top bar component. In this video, I want to talk about last part of Vuex that we need to learn, and these are getters. So let's check this out. So here is getters documentation inside Vuex. So here on the left you can see getters, and actually let's check what it is about. So here sometimes you may need to get computed state based on the store state. What does it mean? As you can see here, we can create computed property when we want to get something from state. For example, here inside state we have to-dos, and we want to filter them and get only done to-dos. And actually, if we use the same code like more than one time, it is a good idea to create a getter. How can we do that? As you can see here inside new Vuex store, we can define getters. And getter is just a function where you are getting state as a parameter, and then you can do whatever you want with this state. You can get any data from it, and you can normalize or change them like you need. And then everywhere you can simply say store getters and the name of your getter. This is how you are using getters. So basically you need getters in two variants. First of all, you need getters if you just reuse your property everywhere. For example, let's say that we have current user, and if we want to use it now in 10 components, we need to write this line 10 times. We can avoid this if we will create a getter, current user, and then we simply can say store getters current user. The second point is if we need to normalize or format somehow our state. For example, we can filter some data or normalize them or change. Then getter is the right thing to do because you can do it in more than one place and use the same getter. So let's check how we can change our code and create getters. The question is, what getters do we need? For sure, current user getter is logged-in getter and is anonymous getter. Why is that? First of all, I don't like this logic that we have here. We have here not is logged in. And first of all, as I said, here we have check-in for null, and actually we don't check it, we directly render this part if it is null or false, which is not correct logic. So here I want first of all to have correct logic, and secondly I don't like this negation, because negation means complexity and it's not that easy to read. If you have here like if is anonymous, it's much clearer than is not logged in. So let's create these getters and check how they are working. So we need for this to jump in our auth module and basically create getters. So how we can create them? Let's just write here export. We don't need export here, just const getters, and this will be our getters. And as you can see in documentation, we simply create a getter, like for example current user, and here will be a function. So here we are getting state, and we can do whatever we want. For example, return state, and then auth, and then it will be our current user. And now let's try to use, I wrote something not correctly. So this is our getters, and it should be equals. So our getters are there, and we just need to export them. So here on the bottom, let's uncomment our getters and put here comma. So this is how we export getters for usage in Vuex. And just to remind you, getters are also global, which means they need to be unique. So you can't in another module create getter current user. It's just not possible. This is why later we will prefix our getters with auth, so they will be unique. So let's check what we have. Here we created our getters, and now inside top bar, let's use it. So let's create here some property foo just to test it. And here we want to return, for example, foo text. And now here I want to console log, everything that we have here. So we created our getters, and we can access them with store and getters. So here we will have getters, and it will be this, then $store.getters. And for example, we want to get current user. So here we are saying current user. And now we need to render our property somewhere here, because in other case we won't see our console log. When we reload the page, you can see that we are getting property error, cannot read property current user of undefined. And if I'm clicking here, you can see that something is broken inside our getter. So let's jump back inside auth and console log here our state. So here is state, and let's just reload the page. And as you can see here, we are getting our state, and inside we have property current user, which is null, which means actually, as you can see, state is not global state. So in this case, state is only the part of our state, which is inside auth. So just to remind you, here inside Vuex, we have our state. So here is our base state, and we have auth as a main property. And then we have everything inside auth. So here we have current user. But the point is, when we are creating getter inside this module, this state is our local state, and we are getting here only our local properties, which means here this word auth is not needed, and we just say here state.currentUser. So let's reload the page and check this out. As you can see, our getters here console log is null because we don't have now current user. So you can see that we are getting current user from getters. So to get current user, we need to log in, because only after login or register we are setting current user. So here is the password. And now after I logged in, inside getters I am getting not null, but the object with properties, which means this is exactly how getter is working. So we wrote a getter, and we can use it everywhere like this, store, getters, and then the name. Now let's change this foo getter and actually rewrite it to create our current user with getter. So let's comment it out here, because we want to create it additionally, and here will be our current user property, and we need here to say this, then $store, getters, and here current user. So this is it. This is how we normally use getters. So here, as you can see, we reload the page, and we are getting error, property or method foo is not defined. So we need to remove here foo. So no errors here, and obviously we don't render current user because we are not logged in. So once again we need to log in, and actually we are doing it in the last video, because in the next video we will for sure implement getting user, and then we don't need to log in every time. So here after login you can see that everything is working, and here is our current user, which means we got our current user through this getter. But actually, as I said previously, the problem is that this current user property inside getters is global. And we want to do everything unique, which means I actually want to create something like getter types. And then there, the string will be unique. So let's change now our getter so it will be unique inside our module. So for this, I will create getter types. And this is just an object, and here we have property current user, and it will be a string with prefix auth, and here will be current user. It doesn't actually matter if it is with big C or not, because this is just a string. Now here inside our getters we can use getter types dot current user. So here, as in other places like mutations, we used our getter types. Now in our top bar we can import here our getter types. So here are getter types from @store modules auth. And now here we can simply use it from getters with this name. So it will be getter types dot current user. And now it will be unique. So let's check this out. We reload the page, no errors. And now let's check what we have in Vuex. So here is our base state, and on the bottom you can see getters. And this is really interesting because here on the left you can see this key, which is actually our string. So here we have this auth prefix, and this is why our getter is really unique. So this is how I normally create getters to make them unique. And we'll also need a getter for isLogitIn and for isAnonymous, as I said previously. So let's create now these getters. So we need to have additionally isLogitIn, and it will be auth isLogitIn. And now here will be isAnonymous, and here we will have string auth isAnonymous. And now we need to create two more getters. First of all, it will be getter type isLogitIn. And just to remind you, we have three variants. We have true, false, and null. So here we want for isLogitIn just get boolean, true or false. This is why I will use here state.isLogitIn, but I will wrap it in boolean, because I don't want to have null here. And the last thing that I want to create is our isAnonymous. So here is getter types isAnonymous. Here we're getting state, and here I will just return state isLogitIn equals false. So this is exactly the one point where we used the filtered state, which means here we didn't use property directly, but we actually created like new property, which is the result of checking our isLogitIn, which means isAnonymous is meaning true only when isLogitIn is false, and if it is null, then isAnonymous will return false. So this is how we normally create getters. Obviously you won't find this stuff with getter types in Vue documentation, but I find it really useful. Now let's use inside top bar all our created getters. So here we have current user. Now we can create isLogitIn, and here will be the same like in current user, but with getter types dot isLogitIn. And now the last one we can also copy, and it will be isAnonymous. And here will be getter types isAnonymous. And now here on the top we can change our code and use here not isLogitIn, but isAnonymous, and it will be much clearer to understand. But of course we can improve this code, because as you can see we have the same problem as previously. We wrote a lot of properties, and actually there is a helper like with map state, but map getters. So let's comment our code here out and just write here not map state but map getters. And it is exactly the same idea. You are mapping getters, so you don't need to write all these functions. How we can use it? In the same way like map state. So here you have map getters, inside you have an object, and now here you will have current user, and current user is getter types dot current user. So as you can see, it's much less code to write, because here we returned these store getters but actually Vuex knows that if we're using map getters, we want really to get what we're saying here. So here we're just saying a string, and we're mapping this string inside this property. So we will get as a local computed property current user. Now here is isLogitIn, it is getter types dot isLogitIn, and now isAnonymous, getter types dot isAnonymous. So now I will get rid of all this code and remove here map state. This is how our clean code can look like. Let's check if it's still working. So we reload the page, and actually, as you can see, our logic here doesn't show anything. So we don't have here links. And the question is, why is that? Because by default, you can see here in our base state, we have isLogitIn in null. And as I already said, we are showing these links only if isLogitIn is false. Which means actually in the next video we will get current user, and only after we know if we are logged in or not, we will render these links. But for now we can simply jump in login page and by hand log in once again. So here I am logging in, And after login, I have all information in Vuex, and as you can see, everything is working as before. But now we use all this logic with the help of getters. Sorry, it's not Redux, it's Vue, but actually here you can see all our requests, and at the bottom you have our getters. So here are our getters with current user, is anonymous, and is logged in. And they exactly shows here what we have inside. So for example, now we have is anonymous false because we are logged in, and is logged in is true. So in this video, you learned what are getters and how we can use them to simplify our code. In previous video, you successfully learned what are getters, but we're missing really important thing. So we want to get current user every time when we reload the page, because for now, every time after reloading, we are unauthorized, and this is really not super convenient. And for now, we have access token inside our local storage. So if we will jump inside our login page and log in successfully, then as a result, we are getting access token inside our local storage. So as you can see here, this is just a string. And now we need to use this access token and attach it to all our requests. Then the backend will know that we are logged in or not. And first of all, we need to fetch getCurrentUser on every page reload. And the question is how we can do that. For this, we need to create first of all new method inside API, then new action for getting current user, and 3 new mutations. So let's jump right into it. First of all, I want here to go inside source API auth, and we want here to introduce new method to get current user. So we don't need any params here because we will get access token directly inside Axios. So we just say that we want to get current user, and we return here Axios get/user. This is it. This is all API that we need. Now we need to export our get current user. So here, inside source store modules auth, we need to change a little bit everything. First of all, I want to introduce here a new property isLoading. And the question is, why do we need here isLoading? Normally, when we're fetching current user, every time on every page load, first when we're coming inside our application, some of our components may want to know that we're in process of fetching user. For example, to show a spinner. This is why we need this property. Now we want to create our mutations. And actually, as I already said, we need 3 new mutations because we are making asynchronous call and we need start, success, and failure for this. So here I will copy paste login and write get current user start, success, and failure. And on the right, we need to write get current user and change it also in login and failure. So these are our mutations. Now we need to create an action, but first of all, of course, action type. So our action will be called getCurrentUser, and it will be just a string with prefix auth. So here will be getCurrentUser. Getters we don't need to change, and now we need to create mutations. And as I already said, actually all code in Vuex is looking quite similar, which means we don't need to do a lot of stuff which really differs. So here we need to introduce new mutation, and here will be getCurrentUser start, and here we have our state. So what do we want on the start? We want to set isLoading property to true. Now let's copy paste this mutation to avoid typing a lot. So here we will have success and failure. So first of all, success. And on success, from the backend, we will get our current user, which means here we will have a payload. We need to set isLoading to false, and we also want to say that user is logged in. So isLogged in will be true, and state current user will be payload. So we are saving current user inside our Vuex, and we are saying that we are logged in. And here we have our failure, and on failure, first of all, we need to set isLoading to false, and then we also want to set isLogged in to false. And additionally, I will write here current user equals null, just for the sake of avoiding errors. If we are getting failure, this is for sure means that we don't have current user. So our mutations are there, and now we need to create action. And as I already said, normally all our actions will look the same. So I will just copy-paste login and change it a little bit. So first of all, here the name will be actiontypes.getCurrentUser, and we don't have here any credentials, so we have here only context. And first of all, we have a start, so it will be getCurrentUserStart, and here we are calling authAPI.getCurrentUser. This is what we created last 5 minutes. And now here is our getCurrentUser request, and we are getting a response. So the question is, what is this response? This is exactly our current user. So here we want to commit our getCurrentUser success, and we are given inside the same data, like response data user, because we are getting the data in the same format, like in login and registering. We don't need here to set access token, because this is getting process. And now here is our catch, and we can simply say here that we have getCurrentUser failure without any errors. Why is that? Because actually if we have here an error, which this only can mean that we are not logged in, and we are getting error 401. So here it is enough to just say, okay, this current user has failure, which means he is not logged in. So our action is created, mutations are also created, and now we simply need to call our code somewhere. The question is where we will dispatch our action. And actually the main point where we're coming at any page, this is app view. So we can add here a method which is called mounted, and if you don't know, this is a method in every component which will be called when we mount this component to the DOM. So here we can write, for example, app and reload the page. And as you can see in console, we are getting app, which means we can simply here dispatch our action. So here will be this store dispatch, and here will be our action from action types.getCurrentUser. We just need to import here action types from add store modules auth. This is it. As you can see here, I'm getting error that expected a string but got undefined. And actually it is happening because here I forget to put a destructuring. So here we need to put brackets, and then it should work. As you can see here, we are getting our request with 401, which is fine for now, but just to remind you, we simply dispatched our action, and this action triggers our mutations. So here we have getCurrentUserStart and failure, which is completely fine. The one question that is left now is why it is 401 if we have here access token in local storage. And the answer is that we need to pass in every request, and in this user request also, new header. And inside this header we need to write this access token. And there is a really easy way to do it. We can simply jump inside API Axios and make here an interceptor. The question is, what is interceptor? This is something between starting of your request and actual request on the backend, which means here we can change somehow our request in between for every request. For this we can introduce inside Axios interceptors request use, and here is going a function. So here we have an empty function, and as an argument we are getting here config. And now let's just console log config here, so you can see what we have inside. And here we will return config. This is super important because this is the function that will be called, and then it will pass config in the next function. So here when we reload the page, you can see our config. So this is the configuration of our request that we are doing. Here you can see headers, data, URL, and so on, and we can change it. This is exactly what we want. So first of all, here we want to get a token from local storage. And for this we have our helper that we built previously. So we can import get item from and it was add helpers and here persistent storage. Now here to get a token, we can write get item, and here will be access token. So access token is written here in local storage. And now we can't simply throw this token inside our header because it can be null, for example. And we can also only write in header empty string or correct string with the prefix. So we need something like this. So I want to create a variable authorization token. And here I am checking, do I have a token? If yes, then I generate this string. Token with big T and space and then our token. If not, this is just an empty string. And now I can write inside config, in headers, in authorization header, our authorization token that we created. This is it. Now when we reload the page, you can see that we don't have any error, and in the network our request is 200, which means we successfully attached our header. You can see it here, this is our header authorization token and then our token ID. This is exactly the point. This interceptor is being called for our every request, and we simply read local storage every time and attach this token there. This is why our token is authorized and we are getting back our current user. So here inside Vue, you can see that we have get current user start and success. And after success, here you can see in our state, we have current user that we can use and is logged in true. And this is exactly why in my top bar, I see all stuff which is related to logged in user. So this is exactly how we are building the pages. So on page reload, we are fetching data and then we put them inside Vuex and we can use this current user everywhere, for example, in our top bar. So in this video, we successfully fetched current user and also saw how we can attach our header inside interceptors inside Axios. In previous video, we successfully fetched our current user, so now we know when we are logged in and when we are anonymous. Now we start the next part of our application, and this is a feed. So let's check how it looks like. So here is our demo real-world I/O, and on the home page you can see that we have a feed. So basically the feed is just a list of the articles with pagination and some information here. We can also like and dislike here on the right, but we can do it only when we are logged in. And also we can jump directly in a single page article, and then we are jumping to /article/slug. So we will do exactly this page. Also on the right here we have popular tags. Popular tags are just a list of strings that we are getting from the backend and we are rendering them here. Now we can jump, for example, in Dragons, and here you can see that we are on Dragons tab. We get only articles which are related to Dragons, and actually we will do it better. We will store our tag, which is Dragons now, in the URL. That's why when we will reload the page, we won't jump directly in global feed, but we will stay where we were. So here we have three feeds. One of them is global feed, second is tag feed, so it's actually the same feed but with different API, like different articles, and the last feed is when we are logged in. So when I log in here in demo page, you can see that I have your feed. And maybe for your user, your feed is empty. This is why you need to follow somebody. So you can just jump to the global feed to some user and click follow here. Then when you will jump in your feed, you will get the articles of this user. So your feed also has articles inside with pagination. So actually feed means the feed for these three components. And now the question is how we will implement this feed at all, so how we are planning our feature. So we want somehow to do it shareable, so we can reuse the same components everywhere in these three places. So my idea is to create a feed like a super shareable component. And inside this feed, we simply are giving API URL. Which means this feed will be super smart, because as you can see here, the only difference in these three feeds is the API URL. For example, inside your feed, the API URL is here /API/articles/feed, which means this is the feed for the current user, and here is limit and offset. And limit and offset we need for our pagination. So the idea is that feed is shareable, we are passing inside API URL, and feed by itself on initialize will fetch the data for this feed based on this API URL and render everything that we need. So let's jump right into it and try to implement. So the first thing to start is we need to create first route. And actually I want to start with this global feed. So let's say that inside views we have global feed.view. And this will be actually with big G letter. And this will be our first component. I can't rename it like this, okay? So it will be global feed with big G. And now let's create a template here. So first of all, I want just to create an empty global feed and see that it is rendered correctly. So here, let's say we have a global feed component, and actually we need here to write a script. So here, let's close the script and export default inside. And the first thing that we need to do is a name. And as always, we are prefixing all our components with MCV, which means medium clone view, and now it will be global feed. So our component is created and we can create a new route for it. So let's jump inside router index and add here new route. For this, I will copy our login route and create here path. And path will be actually slash, and here the name will be global feed. And component will be here global feed. And now the question is, do we need then this home page? Because actually we can remove it completely and only use global feed, because we will render it on the home page. So let's remove this home that we don't need anymore. And here we need to change home to global feed and import it from views global feed. So our global feed is there, but there is a problem. As you remember, we used a lot this name home to redirect user to our home page, for example, inside login file and inside register file. So let's jump inside login view and check what we have. So here we have push to name home, and this home does not exist now. So we need to make a push to our global feed. And we need to do the same in our register route. So here name will be global feed. So we successfully created our view and our route. So let's check if it's working. So here we are on the home page, and as you can see here we see a global feed, which means our component is successfully rendered. But I see here a problem that we are getting errors that route with name home does not exist, which basically means that somewhere we have still these routes. And I want to restart my server just to be on the safe side, but that this is not some old code. So here we reload the page and we still get 3 places with home. So I want to just search in all files for the word home. And here, as you can see, we have home. First of all, we can remove completely this view because we don't need it anymore. And now let's try to find home again. So here inside top bar, you can see that we have a link to home. So here should be a link to global feed then, and here on the right also. So here will be everywhere name global feed. Now let's reload this page again, and as you can see, we don't get any warnings. So our global feed is there, and actually we can start to create our shareable feed. So how it will look like? As we said, it will be a shareable component. So we want to create it inside our source components, and we can just name it feed.view. So let's create here first a template. So here we're closing our template. And now inside it will be div with feed. And now here we need script, and we're closing here script. And now we need to export default our object. And here we simply first need a name, and it will be MCV feed. So now we can use this MCV feed inside our global feed. So let's jump back inside our global feed and say here that we have components property. And here we define our dependencies, and it will be MCV feed. And we need here to import our MCV feed from add, then components, and here will be feed.vue. So here is our import, and we can see on the home page that we registered this component but never used. So let's render it here, mcv-feed. And as you can see, for now I didn't pass anything inside, so this is just empty component. And here when we are saving it, we still get an error. Okay, the template root requires one element. As always, we need to wrap it in additional div, or I can just render it inside our div. So let's move it in the div, and now when we reload the page, you can see here global feed and feed. So this is our idea. We have three different views like global feed, your feed, and tag feed, and in every view we have this feed as a shareable component, and we just pass inside our API URL. Now, the first thing that I want to do is write a markup for our global feed. Then at least our page will look much better. So here we have a div, and let's say here that we have some styles, class, home, page. Then inside, first of all, as you can see in the example, we have a banner. Actually here this banner is hidden when we are logged in, but I want to render it always. So here we don't have this banner yet, so let's just write word banner, so we know that we will implement it later. Now we have div with container and page class. Let's close this div, and inside our container it will be div class row. And now inside row, let's render div class col md9. And column d9 means this left side of the page, and then after we need div class col md3, and it will be right side of the page with popular tags. We don't have this component yet, so I will simply write here popular tags, so we see what goes where. And now on the left, we can simply render our components. So here will go MCV feed. Now when we reload the page, you can see that it looks kind of correct. So here is our banner. Of course, it will be full width on the center. Now we have here feed, and here on the right is popular tags. So this is basically our markup, and all other markup we will have inside our feed. Now, as we planned previously, we need to pass an API URL inside our feed. So basically we are specifying inside MCV global feed, for example, how our URL will look like. So to store it somewhere, we need a data property. And here we can return an object, and here we simply will have one API URL, and it will be /articles. And you might ask, where did I find this URL? You can jump inside demo in global feed and reload the page. So here is network, we are reloading the page, and here is the feed, and the URL is /API/articles/feed. Actually, it's our feed, it's not correct. When we're jumping in global feed, this is just /API/articles. /API is inside our base URL, so here we have only /articles, and limit and offset we will generate later inside our feed. So here in global feed, we simply create a variable inside this, and this is our API URL. Now we need to pass this variable inside MCV feed. So we can simply say here that we have API URL property, and we are passing here API URL. So this is how we normally pass properties inside components. But now we need to define in our feed that we have such property. So let's jump inside feed and create this property. So here we have props, and we are saying that we require API URL. And we know that it should be a type string. So here we say that this is string, and required is true. And now actually when we reload the page, we should not get an error. so no error here, and we can use this API URL here because we got it from outside. So let's render it here, feed, and now after feed I want to render our property API URL. So when we reload the page, you can see that here is /articles, which means our shareable stateless feed now knows something about the URL where we need to fetch our data. And the last thing that I want to do in this video is to create a little bit of Vuex. So what is the idea? So we have a separate feed, and this is actually a smart component. What does it mean? It won't be just stateless component, but it will be smart, so it will have a Vuex inside, which means we want, for example, to create a part of our state, like we created auth here in Vue. We can now create one more property. And let's name this property then in base state, for example, feed. And then inside this property we can store all information regarding our current feed. So what is the idea? We passed this API URL inside our feed. Now we can fetch this URL, so we can create action and 3 mutations like we did previously, but inside new module feed, inside Vuex. And then we just trigger an API call through our helper, and when we are getting data back, we are writing them inside this feed. So let's try to implement it now. So what we need to do first is create in source store modules new module, and it will be feed.js. And first of all, we are starting here with our state. So the question is, what do we need to have in our state? First of all, we need to store somewhere our feed. So our feed is this response. So as you can see in the response, we have articles, and this is a list of articles, and we have a property articles count. This we need for pagination. So this data we will store inside data property. So here data is null because by default we don't have any data, and after fetching we will put this information there. Now we need here is loading because we want to show spinner. So basically if we are loading something, we don't have data and we need to show user that server is doing something. And the last one is error. By default it is null. So if we are getting some error from the backend, we can render it through this property. And actually this structure that you see here, like data is loading in error, this is like super standard structure that I'm using in almost every Vuex. So because we always fetch some data, so we put them inside data, then we always have a spinner, so we'll load in some data, and we have some error. So you can copy paste this state from one module to another, because it will be super similar. Now let's start as previously with auth with our mutation types. So first of all, we need here export const mutation types. So the idea is that all our modules will look kind of the same. And here we have first mutation get feed start, and then we need success and failure. So here we are in module feed, so this is why the prefix is feed. And here will be get feed start. And actually here should be space. Now I will copy paste it twice, and here we need get feed success and get feed failure. So here are our mutations. We need to change string here. So here will be success and here will be failure. So this is exactly an idea. All our modules inside Vuex should look the same. So this is why I am even writing them in the same order. So here are our mutation types. Now we need our action types. So here we have one action only for now, and it will be get feed. So here will be get feed action, and we simply say here that this is a feed module, and here we're making get feed. So our action types is also there. We don't need any getters now, and we can create our mutations. So what do we need? Start, success, and failure. So here will be our mutations, and this is an object, and here we specify our mutation types dot get feed start, and here we know that we get a state. So what I want here is just change is loading to true, because we are starting fetching, and I want to change data to null. And you might ask why I wrote this line here, because by default data is null. You are totally right, but if we are jumping from one feed to other feed, then the data will already be there inside Vuex. We don't want to have some glitches. This is why we simply remove data fully if we are just starting to load new feed. In this case, we won't see any glitches. Now here is second mutation, so here is get feed success, and here we have state and payload. And inside payload we have two properties that I showed you. Here is articles and articles count. So here we want to say that is loading is false, and here inside state.data we want to write payload. And now we will have our failure. So here is get feed failure, and here we have only state. So actually, yes, maybe we are getting some errors from the backend if some error happened, but I don't know for now what errors. This is why I simply say that here we are getting a failure and we just change is loading. So we won't set here our errors, and if later we know what errors we are getting and how we can proceed with them, then we will save them inside our error property. So this is our mutations. Now after mutations, as you saw, we created our actions. So let's start with our action. But first of all, for our action, we need to create a service. So let's jump back inside our API and create a new service to work with feed. And actually it will be super small. So here we are opening feed, and we just need one method, getFeed. And here we will have API URL as a parameter. And you might ask from where it comes. Just to remind you, here we have a component, and inside this component we passed this /articles. So our purpose is to give this /articles inside our action, and then through the action this param will come inside our API here in feed, and then we will fetch this URL that was specified from outside, which means this is actually dynamic URL, and feed component by itself doesn't know what is inside. So we simply pass here API URL, and now we need to import Axios from our @API Axios. And now here we can write return Axios get, and here is API URL. So this is simple get to fetch the data. And now we want to export default here our get feed. So actually our get feed will be quite small component. Okay, not small from the HTML part, but small from working with API. So this is only one method that we need. Now let's jump back in our module feed, and now on the top we can import our feed API from @API feed. So here now we can create our action and use this API there. So let's create here actions. And inside we have only one action. So here we need action types dot get feed. And here we need to pass our parameters. So what do we have? First of all, we have context, and second we have parameters. And I want actually to give them as an object. So actually here we will have something like params, but just to remind you, we can use here directly destructuring if we want to get directly API URL. So this code just simply means that we are reading directly API URL as a property from params which we passed here as an object. Now inside we are doing exactly the same like we did here. I could copy paste this code, but I want to write it once again so it is completely clear. So first of all we want to return new promise here, and here we have resolve. And inside this promise, first of all, we want to commit start. So it will be context commit, and here will be mutation types dot get feed start. And we don't need to pass anything here. Now here we want to call our feed API, and here was our method get feed, and we need to pass inside API URL. And exactly this API URL we are getting here when we dispatch this action. So after this we have then and catch. So in then we are getting a response if everything is good. I will close now the right side so it is more place to see the code. And now inside then, we can commit one more mutation. So here is context commit, and here is our mutation types get feed success, and here our response.data. Why it is data? Because here you can see in the response we get always data from Axios. So here we don't have any properties inside, this is just our data. Now after commit, we want also to resolve our data so we can use it in then inside component. So here we'll go response.data. And we also need here catch. And inside catch we don't have any errors, so we simply commit a mutation. So context commit, and here is our mutation types get feed failure, and we don't pass anything here. So this is our action. And as you can see, each action is like the same over and over again. So it's not that many new code which we want to write. And now we need to export here everything that we have. We don't have here getters, but we have only state, then actions and mutations. So we exported everything, and now we just need to put it inside our Vuex. So here we will have a new module which is called feed, and we need to import here feed from add store modules/feed. Now let's check if it's working. So I don't have any errors in our web server, and let's reload the page. As you can see, we don't have any errors here, and if I'm jumping to view, in base state, you can see that we have not only auth here, but also feed. So here all data are empty, like data, then error and is loading, but actually if we have this means that we successfully created our module. But what I want to do now is dispatch this action so we see if it's working at all. So I want to jump inside our feed, because this is the place where we will create our action, dispatch our action. So here we can create a method mounted, and as you remember, this is the method that will be triggered on initialize. So here let's write console log feed, and now we can use here this store dispatch, and here we want to dispatch our action types dot get feed, and we are passing here inside this .api URL. And just to remind you, this won't work correctly because I said that we are passing inside object. So here we are saying object with property API URL, and it is this API URL. Why I am writing like this? Because maybe later we need to pass more stuff there. And if we are working with object, then we can simply add one more property. And if we are just passing inside directly a string, then we can't make it, and we need to refactor all our code. So this is our dispatch, we just need to import this string. So we are importing action types from add store modules, and here is our feed. This is it. So what's happening here on mounted, we simply dispatch our action. So let's now reload the page. As you can see here, we have feed console log, and here in network, we have our request. So here is the request /API/articles, and we're getting here our articles and articles count, which means we configured everything successfully. Here we have get feed start from the feed and get feed success. And here is our payload, and after this inside feed we have data, and we can now use this data inside component to render everything inside our feed. So once again, I think it may be tricky for you to understand. So here we have global feed, and this is just plain component for the route. And here we defined from where we are fetching data. Why we did it here? Because we want to have our feed like super shareable, to share it between different routes. And now we are passing the API URL inside MCV feed. And then inside feed, we simply dispatch an action. And we are passing inside this action this API URL. You can see it here. So we have here get feed start. And actually this is our action. Okay, we can't see it here because we don't see actions, we see only mutations. But basically this action and these params are coming here inside our modules feed and are here in the parameters. So here is our params, and with the structure here API URL, we're committing start, and then here we're simply fetching data from our service. And if it is successful, then we commit success, and here is data, and if it is catching some error, then we commit here failure. But we can make it even better if we will give here inside start API URL. Not because we need it, but it would be really nice to see from what URL we fetched data. So we can simply change it if here we will pass API URL. This is it. So we simply pass it, and now on page reload, you can see inside Vuex get feed start, and here in payload/articles. I think it's much better for debug purposes because we can check if our API URL is correct. So in this video, we successfully created our global feed, and we fetched our data from API. In previous video, we successfully prepared our Vuex and all data for our feed. In this video, I want to render our component. So let's jump right into it. So our data are already inside Vuex, and we need just to bind them to our component. And for this, we can use mapState and computed property. And just to remind you, we simply create computed, and inside we're spreading mapState. And this is a special helper which will help us to get the data from Vuex. So we can get here isLoading property, and here we have state, and this is state.feed.isLoading, and we must do the same for data and error. So here actually we can name it feed because it suits more for our component, and this is state feed.data. And the last one is error, and here is feed.error. This is it. Now the only thing that we are missing is to import here on the top mapState function. So here is mapState from Vuex. So we successfully got our data inside component. Now let's render properties to check if they are really binded. So here we want, for example, isLoading and feed. Now let's check in browser. Here you can see property isLoading. This is false because we successfully loaded content, and here is the list of our articles and articles count. So this is how we normally are getting data from our Vuex, and now we simply need to create a template and render all this stuff inside. So let's start doing it. First of all, we need div, this is fine. Then now here we want a loader. So we want here div with if condition. And we only render loader when we are in isLoading property. So this is true when we are loading our request. So now we want here to show loading and 3 dots. Now we want to do the same if, but for error. So if we have an error, then here we will write inside something bad happened. At least user will see not a blank screen, but some message that we got some error. And now here we need to render our content. So we are rendering it only if we have feed, so if it's not null. This is why here I wrote if feed, and inside we need to start our CSS. So here first of all we will have article preview, and now we need v for loop. So we have a loop to render all our elements. And this is a loop. Here we will have article, comma, index in feed.articles. And just to remind you, we're here inside feed, which means it is there. And if it's there, this means that we have 2 properties inside, articles and articles count. So here we want to loop with v4, and here actually is a div missing. So we're looping through our articles, and we have access for each article. So here something is broken. Yes, actually, okay, this div is not correct here because this if belongs to our div. And here at the end we want to write key because it should be unique. But the problem is that if we will look on our request here in network, in articles we don't have anything unique. We don't get an ID from here. And actually this is strange because normally API will give us the ID back. But we don't have it, and our slug actually can play the role of the ID because we know that the slug will be unique in our purpose. So we can write here, for example, key, and here will be article.slug. If we are still not sure that the slug is unique, we can always generate some unique string, for example, from the title. But for now, we can live with article.slug. Then inside our div, we can write more information. So it will be div class article-meta. Now let's close this div. And inside article meta, it will be router link. So router link, and here will be to, and here is the object. So here we want to create a URL for the user. So as you can see here is the link for the user, and here is the user image. This is exactly what we are doing. So here the name will be user profile, and we will create it later. And here we need to give inside params, where we will give slug. We already did something like that previously, so I won't stop here. Here is article.author.username. And just to remind you where I'm getting this information, this is our response, this is our one article, and we have property author, so here we can render all this stuff. So here is article author username, and now we are closing this router link here. And inside this router link should be our image. So here will be image with source, article, author, image. And now let's close this image. After this, we need div with class info. Here let's close here div. And inside our div, it will be one more router link. And actually I want to copy paste it because it will be exactly the same like previous router link. So here is our router link in user profile with username param, and inside we don't want an image, but we want here to render article.author.username. This is it. So our div with class info is ready, and now we are only missing here date. So we want here to render span with date, and inside, this is not div but span, we want to render article.created@. So this was the part with article meta and info. Now, after this span and div, on the right there should be a button to add to favorites. So here should be div class pool access right. Let's close this div, and we don't have this component yet, so here I will simply write add to favorites. So we see that it is rendered correctly, and then we will implement this component later. Now, after closing article meta, we want to have one more router link. So here we open router link, and it goes to article. So here we have name article, and here params slug article slug. So this is the same idea like previously with username. Here we have the URL to user profile, and here is the URL to single article. And it is not implemented yet, so we will do it later. And here we need to close router link. So here we have router link params, and we just need to add one class here. It will be preview link. And now inside this router link, we want to write our markup for an article. So here will be h1 with article.title. And now after it, it will be p with article description. So here goes article.description. And after this p, it will be span with read more. So here is just simple span, read more, and 3 dots. And at the end, we want to render tag list. So what is tag list? You can see here on the right that we have here tags. We don't have them everywhere, but sometimes they are there. We don't implement here tag list, so I will simply write here tag list, so we won't forget about it. So here we closed our router link, then div, and here I will write pagination. This is one more component that we didn't implement yet. And this is actually our full markup. So let's check what we are getting. We are getting an error that index is defined but not used. Yes, actually here I wrote an index, but I used here article slug as a unique index. Actually, it is fine to use index here also, because we won't remove elements in the list, so we won't change our array. So as you can see, we don't have any errors now. Let's reload the page. The problem is, of course, that you see thousands of warnings because routes does not exist. So we need to create them at some point because it's not that nice for debug purposes. So here, let's make it smaller and check if it is rendered. So here is our banner, here is popular text, and here is our list. So our list looks really good. We have here an image of the author, then here is the username, the date, which is actually not formatted. Now here is the big link of our article. There on the right we will have add to favorites button, and here is the h1 of the name of our article and the description. And here is the read more button. So actually this is the whole markup that we need for our feed. And as you can see, this is nothing special. So here, first of all, we're checking for loading and error. And actually the point is, if we will reload the page now, you can see at the beginning loading. And when we're getting the response, then we're rendering our feed. And inside we have just v-for loop for feed.articles, and we simply render a lot of stuff inside. But it would be really nice to get rid of all these things, because we don't want to pollute our console that much that we can't really debug anything. So let's create now just plain routes without implementing them, so we will get correct URLs. For this, we need to jump in our routes here in router, and for now we have only register, login, and global feed. I want now to create at once all URLs that we need for our application, so we would never get a warning again, and we will see all our correct routes. So first of all, I will copy paste global feed and create a feed. It will be our feed. So here we just write in feed, and the name will be your feed because it belongs to current user, and component here will be still global feed because we need to provide at least some component. But later, of course, we will change it. Also here we want a feed for the tag. So here will be tags and then colon a feed. What is this? This is exactly a param. So what you saw here inside template here, for example, a router link to and here param slug. So in this case, tags, for example, if we write here slug, then it will be the param which we can use. So here we want /tag/slug, and the name here will be tag, and component is whatever for now. Now one more path will be here articles. So here will be /articles/new, and the name will be create article, and I will copy paste this again and create one more, and it will be article where we see a single article. So here is /articles and here is slug. Again, this is a param, so we will name it article, and after this we will create edit page. So for edit page we need here /articles/slug/edit, and then it will be edit article with camel case. And after this we need settings and profiles. So here is one more URL, and the path will be settings, so /settings, too much T, and now the name will be settings. So here is also S, and the last one, actually it's not the last one, here will be profiles. So profiles is exactly what we used inside our feed. So here will be profiles/slug, and slug is a parameter. This is why we gave it inside our template. So here is user profile, And one more will be for favorites. So it will handle favorite articles of the user. So here will be /profiles/slug and after this /favorites. And here will be user profile favorites. This is it. I think that these are all slugs that we need in our application, so let's reload our page and we will never get warnings again. And what is more important here, all our URLs are correct. For example, here you can see at the bottom the URL is /profiles/slug, which is the username of the user. And here is also the correct URL, and here is the URL of /articles and / the slug of the article. So, of course, maybe it's better to create all routes at the beginning, just to avoid warnings. This is why we can now debug something in our console, and it's not fully polluted. So in this video, we first of all created all our routes, and also we rendered our feed and binded the properties from Vuex to render our feed. And as you can see, it's really simple to work with Vuex, because you need just to bind the values from Vuex inside component and then describe all your mutations, actions, getters and state. In previous video, we successfully created our feed and rendered articles inside our feed. In this video, we need to continue developing our feed and we need to implement pagination. So let's jump right into it. So as you can see here in our demo, in the bottom we have a pagination. So what is pagination? It's just our pages from 1 to n, and it depends on the amount of articles that we have in the system. And then we can simply click on some page and we'll load an articles from this page. But here in this project, pagination is done in a really bad way, because as you can see, we don't have page inside our URL, and this means that every time when we reload the page, we are jumping to the first page, and this is of course not correct and not good UI for the user. So of course we want to store page inside URL so we can always show the correct page. So let's start with thinking how we will implement it. For this I want to jump in source, views, and here we have our global feed. So here is our global feed, and actually here we don't have pagination because it is inside feed. We may of course write pagination outside of the feed, but it doesn't make that much sense for me because in every feed we will have pagination. And it doesn't make any sense to create a shareable component without pagination inside and write it then in every component where we will use the same feed. So we can move this pagination inside feed. So here at the bottom we have pagination, and this is exactly where we will render it. The question is how it will look like. So let's check. Here will be MCV pagination. This will be our component that we will create in a second. So what do we need inside? First of all, we need to know the total amount of articles. And this is information that we are getting from backend. So here when we check our network inside demo and we reload the page, you can see that here in response we have articles count 500, which means this is the total number of articles that we have. We can divide this number on the limit, and limit is how many pages we have on the page, and then we are getting the amount of pages. So first of all, here I want to give total. And let's say that we have a variable total. Actually, let's first create all these variables here, just so we can test on mock data. So here I have data as a function, and I will return here object. And first of all, it will be total, and it will be, for example, 500. Now we have limit, and we can say that our limit per page is 20. Then we need here URL, and it will be base URL. The question is, why do we need it? For example, here it can be /tags, /dragons, and this will be our URL. We need this base URL in order to generate correct link, because here, as you can see, each link here is a link, and in this case it is going on / because we are on home page. So when we click on page 2, actually here should be / and then page equals 2. And if we are talking, for example, on pagination inside some tag, for example, dragons, actually we even don't have dragons in the URL, but normally here the URL should look like dragons. And then if we on this page click on page 2, then it should be dragons and then question mark page equals 2. So this is exactly what we want to build, but in order to render each block for our pagination, we need to know a base URL. And of course, these things we need to give from outside, because our pagination should be stateless and completely reusable. So this is our URL, which will be base URL, and we need current page. So current page is exactly the page where we are now. For example, we are on the 5th page. So these are our mock data, and we just need to pass them inside our pagination component. So it's total, then we need limit, and here we're writing limit, then it will be URL, it will be, did we create base URL? No, it's URL. And then here the last one will be current page. And current page is current page. This is it. This is how we normally will use everywhere our pagination. Because we want it to be stateless, we want it to be reusable. For example, now we're using it for the feed, but maybe later we will render a list of users. So we can use the same pagination to render a list of users. Now, second, we need to import this pagination component here, but we don't have it yet, so let's import it and create. So we want to import MCV pagination from, and it will be shareable, so it will be add, then components, and here will be pagination. And now here somewhere we want to write our components, which will be our dependencies. And inside it will be MCV pagination. So we successfully created everything that we need outside. Now it's time to create our component. So here inside components, I want to create pagination.view. And first of all, let's create here a template and then script. So let's render inside template something like pagination. And inside script, we need to export default. And we're creating our component. So the first one is name. So here is our prefix MCV, and this is pagination. And now we need to tell what props do we have. And props are exactly our attributes that we passed here. So we can jump back and check what we have. First prop is total. So total is number. So we can say here that type is number. And it is required because our component can't work without total. Now the next one will be limit. And limit is also required, and it is also number. So type is number, and required is true. Now the next one will be current page. And current page is actually also a number, because it is 5 in our case. So here type is number, and required is true. And the last one will be URL, and URL is a string. So here will be type string, and required true. So as you can see, all our properties are required, and here we specified everything that our component needs. Now the next point is to render some properties here. Let's render what we have, so we can at least see that everything is passed correctly. So here is total, limit, then we have current page, and then we have URL. So let's check in browser if it's working. Here we reload the page, and it looks like it's not correct. First of all, because the naming is not correct, I missed something inside our feed. So here I have my feed, and here somewhere I wrote not correctly. So here is MCV pagination, and here is MCV pagination. Now, as you can see, it is better than but inside pagination component. Here, as always, I didn't write additional div. This is why it's not working. So here should work now. We reload the page, we don't have any errors. And here on the bottom, you can see that our component was rendered. So here are our properties. We have total, we have limit, we have current page, and we have the base URL. So we have everything. Of course, these are mock data, but this is enough to build our component. So let's start with building it. We can remove everything from here, just leave pagination text, and let's start building. What do we need? First of all, we need to render a list. So what is the idea? Here we have a list of pages, which means first of all we need to know how many pages we have, and secondly this is actually just a loop through array between 1 and 50. And actually this is a nice function from Lodash. If you know Lodash, this is additional library with a lot of helpers, and there is a function which is called range. And the idea of this function is that you are calling it like this, so you have range, and you are saying, for example, 1 and 50. And Lodash will generate for us array from 1 to 50, so it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then until 50. And of course we don't want to throw inside in this project Lodash just because we need one such method. This is why we need to build this method on our own. So I will remove from here range, and let's try and create it on our own. So first of all, we can check in our browser because it will be just plain JavaScript. So here I will clean everything, and let's check what it will be if we will say array 50. So as you can see, the result of calling array field 50 is 50 empty elements. Now we can do keys here, and we are getting the iterator. So if we will spread this iterator now with 3 dots, we will get our array from 0 to 49. Now, this is almost what we need, but we don't need to start with 0 until 49, we need to start with 1. So actually it would be nice to say from what point we need to start, and 50 in our case will be the end. So to make this, we can map our array, and here we work with every element. So we want for each element, because we are starting with 0, just add the start point. So let's say that we are starting with 1. So here we can just return element plus 1, and then here will be array from 1 until 50. So if we are starting from 10, then here will be 10, and you will have the array from 10 to 59. So this is exactly the code how in Lodash this method is working. So we can jump in helpers and create here, for example, utils.js and paste it here. Of course, we need to export here this method. Let's call it range, and in range we put start and end, and we will simply call this code and return it. So here, of course, we need to change 50 in end, and here 10 in start. So this is how we created range method, which generates us the array between two numbers, start and end. Now let's jump back in our pagination, and we can now create the array that we need. So how we can proceed with it wisely? We can create a computed property where we will calculate it based on props that we have. So let's try to do this. So we want here computed property, and inside this property will be pages. So the array of pages will go from 1 until n. And in our case until total when we divide it with limit. So here is our pages, and first of all we need to know how many pages do we have. So here is our pages count, and it will be this total divide by this limit. This is working fine, so this total in our case is 500, this limit is 10, I think. No, it is 20, okay. But the point is that if you have, for example, not 500 but 501, you want this to be bigger, which means we don't want to get here 500 divided by 20, we don't want to get here 25, but 26 if we have 501. So we need here to make math sale, so we round it to the top. So here math sale gives us back 26 pages. So this is exactly what we want. Here we have math sale, and we have here total divide by limit. So this is our pages count. And now here, first of all, let's console log what we have, pages count. And here I will simply return full string just to test it. And now I want to render here our property pages count. So as you can see in browser, we are getting pages count is assigned, but its value is never used because we forget to console log pages count here. So as you can see now in browser, we don't have, actually we have errors. Pages count is not defined. Okay, the name is pages here and not pages count, sorry. We have here pages. And when we reload the page, we don't have any errors. And on the bottom, you can see we rendered here full, but it doesn't matter. The point is that here in console log, I'm getting pages count 25, which is exactly the correct number. So now we know how many pages do we have. Now we simply need to generate this array of pages. And for this, we can use this range method that we created. So it should be between 1 and pages count. And now we need just to import this method. So here on the top, I want to import range from add helpers, and here we had utils. So now when I reload the page, you can see that we have an array between 1 and 25, which is exactly correct because we have a limit by 20. But the point is that here, as you can see in the example, they have 50 pages. And this is happening because they have limit 10. So let's change it to 10 just to check that everything is looking the same. So here is our array between 1 and 50. And this is exactly our pagination. So now we simply need to write a markup and render this array. So let's write markup. Here we don't need div, so I will remove div completely. Now inside we have UL with class pagination. Now let's close this UL. And inside UL we have li. And in this li we will have our for loop for our array. So here we will have page in pages, and pages, as you saw, is our array. So now inside li we need a little bit of classes. Here, first of all, we need key to make it unique. We can write here page because page is unique. And we also need class, and class will be page item. Now inside li, it should be a link. So here is route link, and it should go to the page. So here, first of all, we want to say path, and path will be URL. And the question is, what is path? So path is a property that we can give in order to give really the URL. So as you saw here, we are given URL, and in our case, I can show you once again, this is /tags/dragons. So here we are given in this router link path. So here we have /tags/dragons, and now here we want to attach additionally query. And query are query params that we can provide inside router link. And in our case, we can provide here page. This is why here I am writing page as a value. In this case, we will attach as a query parameter our page to the URL. And the last thing here is class. It should be page link. So our router link is ready, and inside we can simply render our page. So let's reload the page, and as you can see, I have hundreds of errors. So looks like I have some indentation problem. Here I forget to close router link correctly. Now, as you can see, our pagination rendered, but something is wrong with CSS. And I already can see it. Here I forget to put k. This is why class was not correct. So now it looks exactly as in the example. Here we have all pages and they are looking the same. The only problem is that we don't highlight our active page. So just to remind you, here we have current page, and we can use this current page as a number to highlight with the class active page. And for this, we have a nice attribute class. This is from Vue, where we can write some logic. And in our case, we want to attach active class if current page equals page. What does it mean? So here we have a for loop, so here we are getting page. And for example, when our page is 1, here inside router link, we have this, actually inside li, we have this logic with class, and we want to attach active only when our current page that we passed in this component equals this page. So in our case, only when our current page equals current page 5, it will be highlighted with additional class. And let's check if it's working. So yes, it is working because our 5th page is highlighted correctly, and we can check it. There is an active class here. So here is page item active. This is why it is highlighted. Also, it's really important that all our URLs are correct. So here you can inspect it in DOM to see it better. We have /tag/dragons and then query parameter page equals 7, which means now we can jump between pages and we even have them directly in the URL. And this is super because after page reloading, this dragons page 4 is staying there, which means we can use this information later to render correct page. For now, of course, it is all mocked, but because we just created our component with mock data. In this video, we successfully created our pagination component. It's completely shareable, it has nice API, and we can reuse it everywhere inside our application. In previous video, we successfully created our pagination component, but we used their mock data. So in this video, we need to bind all correct data and configure our feed so it is fully working with our pagination. So let's jump right into it. So let's check what we have inside our feed. So here inside our components feed, we have now this data, which are actually mock data. So we want somehow to use here real data. And the easiest way to start is first of all to change this total. So we can remove total from here because we know that we are getting total from the response. So here we can write feed.articlesCount. And actually you see that we have pagination inside this div vef feed, which means we already have feed inside, so we have access to this articles count, which means this is exactly how we are passing total to our pagination from the feed. The next question is limit. As you see here, we have limit 10, and this is actually fine to write it like this. But we can do better. Why is that? Because normally in your whole application, you want everywhere limit to be the same. Why? Because normally people get used to have like 10 items per page, for example, for articles or then for users and so on, which means we can actually move this limit to some static variable which we use all over the application. So we can, for example, in our helpers, create one more file and name it like variables or vars, how you want, for example, vars. And here we simply write export const limit equals 10. And now everywhere in all places where we need to use limit, we will use this variable. And why it is good? Because if we need to change our limit all over the application, we simply need to change it only in one place. So here I will remove, actually here we don't want to remove it, but we want to import here our limit from, and here will be at helpers vars. And as you can see, in this case, limit is just a variable here, which is local, but we need somehow to get it inside our template. So we can do it in two ways. First of all, through data, but I don't like this approach that much, because for me, data is something like local properties for our component. This is why I prefer to use computed properties. So let's remove here limit and create new computed property. And let's name it limit. And now here we can simply return limit. This is it. So now limit is our property, which is inside template. It is available, so we can leave it as it is. The next thing that we need to change is our URL. So here we used mock URL, but actually we need to use real URL, which is current page. How we can do that? Really easy. We can create one more computed property, for example, base URL, and here we can use our router because we have access to this $route. Just remind you, not router here, but route, and here path. And this is exactly our current path. So we can pass it here like base URL, and I will console log it here once again so you can see what is it about. So here is our base URL, and this is this $route.path. Now let's look inside browser. As you can see, we are getting base URL /, which is exactly what we wanted. So this is base URL for our current page because we are on home page. And the next thing that we need to change, console log we can remove. Now we need to change our current page. So also we can get our current page from the URL, which means actually here we have two variants. We either have something like this, so we have page predefined in the URL, like page equals to, or we don't have it at all, and then we assume that user needs to render first page. So how can we do that? We need to introduce one more computed property. We can name it current page, and here we want to get our page from the URL. So here we still can use this route, and here we have query.page, and this is exactly what we will get from query params, but this is string. Why is that? Because the URL is always a string, which means here we are getting, for example, 1 or 2, but this is a string, and we need to convert it to number. Why? Because when we are passing it inside our pagination, we are saying here that our current page is a number. And this is really important because we are making calculations with the current page. And here we compare current page with page. But here we have only numbers, which means we can't really compare string and number. This is why here we need to convert our string to number. And for this we can simply wrap all our code inside number, and it will convert string to the number. But what will we do if this page is undefined? We can simply write here or, and here is 1. So what happens? We are reading this property here. Let's console log it. So here is console log current page, and we are reading this property, and if it is empty, then we are getting this 1 here, and then we are trying to convert it to number. And here we are using current page, which is current page. We just simply need then to remove data completely from here. Now let's reload the page and check if we have an error. So current page equals undefined, which is correct because I don't have it inside URL. If I write like this, page equals 2, you can see that current page equals 2. So this is exactly the point. So here we are getting a string, and then we convert it to number, and now we have this property inside this, so we are passing it inside our MCV pagination. So now we can check how our pagination is looking like. So first of all, the second link is highlighted because here we have page 2, which is completely correct. And all our URLs, as you can see, are starting from the /, which is also correct because we are on home page. And now, as you can see, I am clicking the links and our URL is changed correctly. And our current page is correctly highlighted because this is computed property here, which is based on our route, which means when information inside this route query changes, then we are recalculating our current page. So as you can see, we passed successfully all correct, not mocked data inside our pagination. But there are some problems. First of all, when I'm clicking on the other page, nothing happening here. We don't really fetch other page. Why is that? Because this is the same component, and we never said that we need to refetch something, and all frameworks in frontend are working in the same way. So if your component is already mounted and some query params are just changing in the route, so framework won't do anything. Normally, if you are jumping from, for example, home page inside your sign-in page, for example, then Vue manages it by itself and removes old component and renders new component for the new route. But it is not the case with query parameters, for example, because this component is already mounted. Our component now is a feed, and Vue won't destroy it and remount again because we never said that we need to do that. So what can we do for this approach? What we can do here, now we have dispatch only on mounted, but actually we can dispatch this getting feed also on changing of some property. And for this, we can create here a new property which is called watch. And if you don't know, watch is somehow similar to computed, but the difference is that computed returns some new property, like here for example, but watch can really trigger something if something was changed. So how it looks like? So here we're writing current page function, and this means that when this current page will be changed, this computed property, then this watch function will be triggered. So here we can simply write console log current page changed, and now let's check how it will work. So as you can see here, by default we don't get any console logs here, but now when I will click on another page, for example 7, you can see current page changes. And this is exactly what we want. So at this moment we want to trigger refetch. How can we do that? Really easy. We need this line to be called here. But of course we want also to leave it inside mounted. This is why I recommend to create a new method. So here we can create method, and let's say that we're creating method fetch feed, so we can really call it in two places. So here I will move all our code inside fetch feed, and now in mounted we can call this fetch feed, and we can call the same function when current page changes. So here I will remove all console log, and let's check how it's working. So on page reload, this is the initial load. So here we are inside mounted. So here the fetch feed was called, here result dispatch, and we are getting the information. So here I can clean everything inside network, and now we are trying to click, for example, on 11th page. And as you can see here, we have page 11, we have our request again, and as you saw, like for a half of a second, we removed all data, we saw loading spinner, and then we got data again. So once again, I'm clicking, and here you saw loading, our content was completely empty, and then we saw new content. Why is this happening? So if we check our View tab, here we have get feed success, for example, and then we have get feed start. And just to remind you, if we will jump inside our store modules feed, here inside our mutations on get feed start we have this line state.data equals null, and this is super important, because if we will remove or comment out this line, then we will have strange glitches. So just check, we're here, we see our page, we're jumping inside another page, and all the content stays there. At some point it will change, just because this data will be applied inside getFeedSuccess, but actually, as you can see, we don't see that page changes. So this is super important, this line, to clean our state. Now we have here loading, we are clicking again, and this is the normal behavior of application. So the content is removed, we are seeing loading spinner again, and then we are seeing new content. The only point now that we are missing is that we are making the same request again and again. So you can see that our request is always /API/articles, and it doesn't matter on what page we are, it is always the same request, so we are getting the same response. And actually we need here to give limit and offset, because if we don't give them, then we are getting default information, like with page 0, so offset 0, and limit, I think it is 10. Do we get 10 items? No, it is 20. Okay, we are getting back 20 items. So we need somehow to give for API this information. So if you don't know, we have two possibilities. So normally our APIs with pagination are implemented with page or with offset. What does it mean? Page means that you have here in request URL something like /API/articles, then question mark page equals 1. So the same like we have here in the URL. This is the first idea. So backend knows, okay, I need to give back the page 1 of the content. The second idea is to work with offset. Then the URL is looking like this. So here is /API/articles, then question mark, for example, limit 10 and offset 20. What does it mean? So here limit means how many items we want per page, and offset means starting with 0, how much we need to return. So basically, if we are on page 0, then offset will be 0. Now, if we are on the second page, then the offset will be here 10. Why it is 10? Because here the limit is 10 and we want to return offset 10. Now on the next page it will be 20 and so on. So this is exactly how this API works. So to get our articles, we need to provide limit and offset in such a way. So now we can remove this from here and try to do that. So here inside our feed, when we are providing here this API URL, actually we want here to add also our limit and offset. But it's not that easy to do it correctly. Why is that? Because here we have dynamic this API URL. And we can give from outside, for example, URL like /articles, which is fine, but we can also give some other URL like, for example, /articles and then question mark, user equals, and then some full name. So we also have this approach if we need, for example, to get favorites articles. And here is the problem. So if we have such URL, we can't really directly say at the end question mark limit equals 10 and offset equals 20. Because in this case, our URL is not correct. We have here question marks twice, and we need somehow wisely to merge these properties. And for this, I can recommend you one library which is really popular and it is really small. It is called Query String. So here is the official website inside NPM Query String. As you can see, it is really very popular. So you just need to install it and then you can use it to work with location search. So what is location search? This is the part of URL which is stringified query params. And here we can, for example, with query string parse this query params in the object and also to do the same back. So we can stringify our params. And this is exactly what we need for our application. So here I will install query string package inside our application. And then we can here generate our API URL and merge correctly our parameters. So we're using this library just because it can wisely parse our arguments and stringify them. So we should not care about having too much question marks or that we won't concatenate the string correctly. So here the package is installed and now we need on the top of our JavaScript to import it. So here I will import stringify and parse URL from query string. So now we have these two methods and inside our fetch feed we can prepare the parameters. So first of all, let's console log here fetch feed, and here we want to see, actually this is a string, and here we want to see what we will get if we will call parse URL on this .api URL. So let's look in the browser. As you can see, I am getting error, stringify is defined but never used. This is what I hate about ESLint, because I need to use stringify later, but now I need to use it at least somewhere, because in other case I can't continue developing. So here is just stringify in the console log, so we will avoid this error. So on page reload, you can see here fetch feed, and the first object is how we parsed this API. So as you can see here, we are getting URL, which is actually the base URL, and here is query, and we don't have any properties. The question is what we will get if we are given here, for example, string like /articles and then name equals foo. When we reload the page, you can see that here inside our object we have URL/articles and in query name equals foo. And this is exactly what we want. So here this library for us can parse our URL correctly and we can work just with properties. So what I want to do here now is create parsed URL property, and here we will call parse URL on this API URL. So now inside this parsed URL I have two things, URL and an object with query parameters. So now here we can prepare our stringified params. So we want to merge them later with our API URL. So here is stringified params, and we want to call stringify method, and it is exactly what it is about. So here inside we are passing an object, and it will stringify everything inside and create good query parameters. So first of all, here we want to add limit, and in our case limit is this limit that we imported here on the top. This is fine for us because this is exactly what we wanted. Now we want here offset, and we don't have offset yet, so here I will write 0 for now, and the last one is spread of parsed URL query. Why did I do it like this? Because actually we want to save all query parameters that we had inside our API URL, if we had any, and we need to wisely merge them with limit and offset. And this is exactly what we did here. So first of all, we said that we need to take limit and offset, and then here we are passing with spread an object from query. So here we will have all parameters, like for example name equals foo. And then the stringify function will create correct stringify params. Now here I can create a property API URL with params, where I will merge. First of all, here I have parse URL.url, then we have here question mark, and at the end we have our stringified params. And let's console log how it looks like. So here is API URLs with params, and here let's reload our page. So as you can see here, our URL is correct. So /articles, then question mark, limit 10, offset 10. So as you can see, this library can generate for us correct params, and our API URL now is working correctly. So what happened if here inside this API URL we have some other parameters? For example, our URL is /articles, and then here name equal foo. So now we reload the page, and as you can see the URL is /articles, then question mark limit 10 name foo and offset 0. So as you can see, we should not care about URL and correct concatenation of parameters, because this library does everything for us. So first of all, here we created this parsed URL object, then we prepared our stringified params, so we just merged all our previous params with limit and offset, and next we just concatenated our parsed base URL with our stringified params. So now here we should not give inside this API URL, but we need to give inside API URL with params. Now let's check if it's working. So first of all, I want to remove this console log here and reload the page. As you can see, no logs now, and let's check our network. So here we have our articles, and here we have /API articles limit 10 offset 0. And now we're clicking on another page. As you can see here, we have /API/articles limit 10 offset 0. So actually our URL is looking correctly, but of course offset here doesn't look correctly because here we just wrote 0. So we need somehow to calculate correct offset. And we can easily do it if we introduce new computed property. So we can create offset property and calculate it based on different computed properties. So what is this about? As I said, if we are on offset 0, this means that we are on the start, which means we are rendering with limit 10. So here we rendered first 10 elements. Then we have offset 10, which means we are rendering next 10 elements, which means starting from 20, and so on. So here is the formula. Here we return this current page and we have it inside our computed properties, and we multiply it on limit and minus limit. So let's check if our formula is working. So for example, current page is 1. Then we multiply it by our limit 10 and we are making minus 10. This is 0, so offset is 0. This is fine. Now for example, our page is 5. We're multiplying it by 10 and minus 10, which means we have 40, and this is the 5th page. So this is exactly the correct offset, and this is correct formula. Now we can use this computed property inside our fetch feed. So here we can simply say offset equals this offset. Now let's check in browser if it's working. So we reload the page. Inside network we can see our request. Here is limit 10 and offset 50. And as you can see, we are getting page 6. And now, for example, we are clicking on page 2, and here we are getting limit 10 and offset 10, which means we calculated offset correctly, and now we see our second page of the articles. In this video, we successfully used real data inside our pagination component, as well as prepared a correct API URL with limit and offset for our API. And as you can see, Vue gives us really easy and strong solutions, for example, to watch properties, to create computed properties, and with this library query string, we can easily generate and stringify our URL. In previous video, we successfully created our feed, global feed and pagination. So now our feed is completely rendered and we fetch correct data, but now we are missing popular text component, which is rendered on the right. So this is the component that I want to implement in this video. So let's jump right into it. So here I am in demo real-world.io. Here we can see the feed we already implemented. But now I want to implement this popular tags block on the right, where we are getting popular tags and simply rendering them. Then if we jump to some tag, we are here inside our feed, but in the tag dragons. But in this video we will only render this component. Now there are 3 possibilities for you how to proceed with this component. First of all, you can pause this video and start by yourself on hard. So you can just use all knowledge that you already know about our project and how we are building things, and just try to implement these popular tags. So if you want, just pause this video now. The second level is medium. This is with my advice that I will give you right now. So what are popular tags? If we open here our network tab and reload the page, you can see here the request tags. So it is conduit production ready IO/API/tags. So this is exactly the request that we will proceed. And now in preview, you can see in response tags. First 10 tags are broken, but after this we have really our tags which are working. And actually these are just strings. So we simply need to render the strings on the right and we need to fetch it. So how we can do it? I would recommend to create this as a smart component. What does it mean? This component will be shareable between our 3 pages, global feed, your feed and tag feed, which means we want to render it in every page as simple as possible. So it would be nice to simply render it with one tag like MCV tags or MCV popular tags, for example, and inside this component decides by itself what it should fetch, what it should render, and so on. So the idea is that we create a new module inside Vuex where we're packing all our actions, mutations, then we build a service additionally, and we're bind it all together to be used inside popular text component. So if you want to do and try it by yourself, I would highly recommend you to do that and then compare it with my code. So this is the medium level and you just need to pause video here. And here is the easy way for you, we can simply implement it together. So as I already described what we are doing, so let's jump right into it. First of all, we need to jump inside our API and create a new file to work with popular tags. So let's just name it populartags.js. And here I can open, for example, feed, so we can compare our code. So here we want to get popular tags. So this is why the method is exactly how we need it to be. And now inside we need to use our Axios, so this is why here import Axios from add API Axios. Now in this get popular tags we want to return Axios get, and here will be /tags, because you saw here in the demo that we have the URL /tags. So here inside network we can reload the page, and this is the URL API /tags. What is more important, but I didn't show it to you previously, we can make here then request. So first of all I want here to export default our method, so it will be get popular tags. But actually in our API we can do some normalization. So we normally are using our API only inside Vuex, and we can normalize data somehow here. So for this we can simply write then, here we're getting a response, and we can do whatever we want with this response. Then we will get this directly result, for example inside our Vuex. We don't need to do it exactly here, but I just want to show you that this is possible. This is why I will get directly tags without this nesting. So we can write here response.data.tags. And this means that this get popular tags returns promise with array of strings inside, nothing else. So our service is ready, this is our API, and now we need to create Vuex. So for this we're jumping in store modules, and I would create new module popular tags.js. And let's open on the right, for example, feed, so you can see how similar it is. And the first thing that I need to create here is the state. And actually I want to copy paste state from the right to my new popular tags, just because it will be exactly the same. So we have data, because we are fetching popular tags, we want to store them inside data. We also need is loading and an arrow. And before here we need our popular tags API, which comes from add API popular tags. So now we imported our API and we created our state. Now it's time to create mutations. I really don't want to type that much, so I will copy paste everything. So here we just need to change get feed to get popular tags, because the idea is exactly the same. As we are doing asynchronous call to fetch our popular tags, we need 3 mutations with start, success and failure. So here it will be get popular tags start, then get popular tags success and failure. The only difference here is that our module won't be feed, but it will be popular tags. And I will just copy it and paste it in every tag. So these are our 3 mutation types, and now regarding action type. For now we just have only one action to get popular tags. So this is why I will name it exactly like this. Get popular tags. Here we have popular tags module, and it is get popular tags. So our mutation types and action types are ready. Now we need mutations and actions. And let's be serious here, we can copy paste everything, just because it's super similar and we are writing in every component or in every module exactly the same. So let's check our code. Here is mutation. We have here mutation.getPopularTagStart, and here is loading true data null. This is completely fine for us. Here is our mutation getPopularTagSuccess, and here we are getting a payload. And actually this payload will be our direct tags, so array of strings. And here is loading false, and here we are writing directly our payload, which is completely fine. And now we have our getPopularTagsFailure, and we are setting is loading to false, because we don't know how our error will look like. So for now, failure is fine like this. As you can see, mutations were really similar. What is with actions? So here we have action types.getPopularTags, and we don't need to pass any parameters here, so I will remove the second parameter. Here again we have new promise, here we have mutations get popular text start, and we don't need to pass anything here because we just simply say, okay, we started to fetch our popular tags. Here we need to use our popular tags API that we created previously, and our method will be get popular tags, and we don't pass anything inside. Now we get a response, and here is our mutation. So here will be mutation get popular text success, and we simply given here response, and this is it. Why is that? Because just to remind you, inside the API we already normalized our data. So we have here then, and we read from the response data tags, which means actually our response is exactly tags. So let's name it tags so it will be clear what is it about. And here I will resolve tags. And if we have catch, then here we will have get popular tags failure, and we don't provide anything. And now we just simply export our state, actions and mutations. The next step is that we should not forget to import our module inside index, inside Vuex. So here we want to import popular tags from add store modules popular tags, and now we need to add it to the object of our modules. This is it. Now let's check if we have some errors at all. So I will jump to our project and reload the page. As you can see, no really visible errors, but when we jump inside Vuex and click on base state, you can see that we are getting here a new property, popular tags, with data error and is loading, which means actually that we successfully created our Vuex for popular tags, and now we can start with creating our component. For this, let's jump back in source components and create here popular tags. And the question is, why am I creating it here? Because this is a shareable component between 3 different pages. So we can't pack it directly in global feed, for example, because we want to use it in your feed and in tag feed. So first of all, let's write here some template just to test. So inside there will be div, and inside this div, let's write popular tags, or actually popular is fine. Now we need here a script, and we want to export default an object, and inside will be our name. And as always, we want to prefix every component with MCV prefix of our application, and here will be popular tags. Now we can render this component inside our global feed. So let's jump in Views, Global Feed, and as you can see here, we already have placeholder for popular tags. So what we need to do here is, for example, copy-paste MCV feed and name it MCV popular tags. And now on the right here, we will have popular tags. Now we need to add this component here in the object of components. So it will be MCV popular tags. Now we can use here our popular tags and render them. So here we will have MCV popular tags. And now let's close MCV popular tags. This is it. And as you see, we just write outside one line. And this is exactly the idea. If we want to reuse component outside several times, we don't want to fetch data for popular tags, for example, outside, because it doesn't make much sense. This is why with one-liner we just inject the component where we need, and component manages everything by its own. Now let's jump back in our popular tags and bind it to our state. First of all, here we need to create computed property, and then inside we want to use map state. So for this we need map state from Vuex, and just to remind you, this is how we're getting properties from Vuex. So here we're spreading map state, and inside we want to get 3 properties. And I can show you that this is exactly how we did it inside feed. So here we had map state with these 3 properties, is loading, feed and arrow. So this is why here we can say that we need is loading, and this is coming from state, so state dot popular tags dot is loading. Now we can copy this line twice, and here we will have popular tags, and this is coming from popular tags.data, and here will be error. It is popular tags.error. This is it. So we successfully binded these three properties, and now we can use them inside our template. But first of all, on initialize of our application and our component, we want to fetch these popular tags. So basically every time when we mount popular tags component, we want to fetch data. This is why here I will write mounted, and inside we can simply use store to dispatch an action. So we write here this store dispatch, and now here will be our action types dot get popular tags. Now we need to import here these action types. So it comes from add, then store, modules, and here will be popular tags. So here on initialize we're dispatching get popular tags. Now let's check if it's working. So when we reload the page, we don't have any errors. Here inside network we can see our request for API tags, and let's check our Vuex. So here we have get popular tag start and get popular tag success. And here we wrote inside our data all data that we got from our backend. So now we can use these popular tags to render them inside our component. So let's do this now. First of all, here inside template we can remove word popular and just render first loading. So here is our div with vif, and here is loading property. So we want to render this div with loading text inside only when loading is true. Now we have vif for our error. So here is error, and if we have an error, we want to say that something is broken. And if everything is fine and we have popular tags, we want to render them in the sidebar. So here we will have div with class sidebar, and here is vif popular tags. So until these popular tags are null, we won't render anything. Now inside will be a headline. Here inside p we will have popular tags, and now here we will have div with class tag list, and inside this div we will render our popular tags. So actually what are our popular tags? This is just a bunch of links, so we can render them with loop. So here I want to write router link, and it goes for ng for loop. So here we have popular tag in popular tags. So here let's close our route link, and inside we also need to have a key, and actually every popular tag key is unique except of these empty strings, but it doesn't matter for now. And now we have two, and inside two we want to provide a name. First of all, here will be tag, and we need to say here what params we have. And just to remind you, inside router index we registered this thingy. So here we have a path /tag/slug, and this is exactly what we are given inside. So here name is tag, and now we have params, and inside we are given slug, which equals to our popular tag. Let's save this now. Now it is prettified, and we need to add our class. So here will be tag default, and now tag pill. So our router link is completely ready. We just need to render inside our popular tag. This is it. So we just have v4 loop for our router link, and we are rendering an array of strings. So let's check how it looks like. And as you can see now, actually, we are rendering these popular tags with correct URL. So here, as you can see, the URL is /tag/dragons, which means we generated URL successfully. And when we reload the page, first of all, we have here loading, and only after we got our tags, we are rendering this component. So as you can see, in Vuex everything is really nice and isolated, so we can create stateful component which is binded to Vuex and which knows exactly what it needs to fetch and what it needs to render. In this video, we successfully created our popular text component. And as you can see, it is really easy to create a stateful component which knows exactly what it needs to fetch and render with the help of Vuex. In previous video, we successfully implemented popular text component. In this video, I want to create small helper components which will help to improve our code. So let's jump right into it. So what do I want to improve? First of all, here inside global feed, we are missing our banner. This is first thing that I want to improve, so we need to implement shareable component as a banner because we want to reuse it in global feed, your feed and tag feed. The next thing is, for example, inside feed, we have on the top these two divs. Div is loading and div error. And we can create small components for these two things just because we are writing them everywhere. For example, in popular text, we have exactly the same code. And we can create components for this, so at least it will be scoped to the same component, so we can change a message inside and we won't duplicate this code everywhere. So let's first start with our banner. So inside source components, we want to create a component which is called banner view. And now actually inside it will be super simple. So here we will have our template and it will be really small. So here we have a div class banner. And now we're closing our div and inside we have div class container. And inside container we will have our h1 tag and here we will write medium clone. Now after h1 it is p and inside p tag it will be a place to share knowledge, and this is it. So this is our template. Now we just need to name our component. So here will be our script. And now we're closing our script and inside we're exporting default, an object, and here we just need a name. So here will be mcv banner. So this is our component. As you can see, it's super small, but it is convenient because it is shareable between pages. Now let's jump back inside our global feed and we need here in components to add our mcv banner. Now we need to import it here, so it is mcv banner from add components and here will be banner.view. So our component is ready and we can simply call it here. So here will be mcv banner and we need to close it here. And now we can remove a word banner. So let's check in browser. As you can see, now we have this green banner here everywhere, and actually we will use the same tag in two other places, so it is really convenient to reuse. The second component that I want to create is even smaller. So here inside source components, I want to create component which is called loading view. And actually we can copy paste banner completely and just change the template. So here we don't actually need here anything. We simply need a div. We don't need any class and we want to write inside our div loading. This is it. And now we need to change here mcv banner in mcv loading. So this is our super small component. Now we can jump, for example, in our feed view and inject here on the bottom new import, and it will be mcv loading from add components, and here will be our loading.view. And actually I think view we don't need to write here because, for example, in pagination we didn't and the import was correct. So here is component/loading and here we need to add inside components our mcv loading. And now we can change our code here and use not div but just mcv-loading. And now here we have vif and we don't even need to have here close tags because it will be auto-closed. So here we have mcv loading if is loading. So let's check if it's working. So when we reload the page, as you can see, we have loading like 1 second, and this is exactly our new component. So our component is working, and we can change it also in our popular tags. So here on the top we also have loading, so we can just use this component here, but we also need to make an import. So I will copy from here our import and import it here in our popular tags. And now we need also to add it inside components. So I will copy this components part and paste it here and just remove pagination. So here we now have only MCV loading and we are using it on the top. Exactly the same we need to do with arrow, but a little bit different. So I want here in components to copy loading, but we will make it a little bit better. So here we can create component error message, and the idea is that we can render error message with some predefined default message, and if we have message from the backend, then this message will be overwritten. So here is how it will look like. First of all, inside div we can simply render property message. And now what we want to do here is to name our component MCV error message. And we need to have a props, but this props won't be required. So here we have props and here is message, so we can pass a message inside with type string and required false, so it's not mandatory. And now we can say here default value and it will be something went wrong. So exactly what we wrote inside our component, inside our div tag when we used it. So the idea is that this message will be there in any case. If we didn't pass our prop, then it will be default. If we passed it, it will be overwritten. Now let's jump back inside our feed, first of all, and here we can copy this MCV loading and name it MCV error message. So here is MCV error message, on the right it is error message component, and now we need to add it inside our components. So here will be MCV error message, and now on the top we can use it exactly like MCV loading, because we don't have an error message here. So here is MCV error message and if error, and we can simply close it here. But the most important part is that if we need, we can here pass an error. So I will remove if just to show you how it will work. So here is our message, and we are saying here, for example, foo. So if I will reload the page, you can see that it is a property. This is why it's not working. So let's add here quotes. And now reload the page. Now it is valid, and you can see that here we are getting foo. So which means that we passed inside our error message our new message foo, or like foo is broken, for example. This is what we are getting from the backend. And then here we will render this error message if we need to. But in our case we don't need to, so I will reverse it, because we have just if error and we just show something is broken. So we change this component in the feed, but we also need to change it inside popular tags. So here I will just copy it and change this line, and then we need to add an import. So here I will copy MC error message and paste it inside our popular tags, and also here I will add to components our MC error message. This is it. So we successfully created these three components, which are like super small and super easy to understand, but this small stuff helps us to develop better applications. Because when we think about these small reusable components, it is always easier to maintain our code, because we don't copy-paste this div with loading message everywhere, and just imagine that you need in your whole application change this loading to some other text. Now we can change it in simply one place, and we are good to go. In this video we built three small helper components, and as you can see they are quite useful, and we are avoiding copy-pasting the same stuff, even if it is 1 or 2 lines. In previous video we successfully created our small helper components. In this video I want to create with you your feed and tag feed, and you can't even imagine how easy it will be because of our awesome architecture. So let's jump right into it. So let's have a look in our source views global feed. As you can see, our component is really small, so basically we just declare it. We have three dependencies like popular text, feed, and banner, and we define here API URL, and actually all magic happens inside MCV feed. So what I want to do now is copy-paste this file completely, because actually 90% of this file will be the same inside your feed. So let's check this out. And I want to mention that it was possible to just reuse one file for our 3 pages. But I don't think that this is the right approach, because sometimes things are not really shareable, and if we will just write 3 ifs inside one component, it's not really shareable. So here I want to copy-paste global feed completely and paste it here and create your feed.vue. Now inside I will paste everything and just rename the file. So here we will have mcv your feed. And now the only difference here is that API URL will be not /articles, but /articles/feed. So let's check that everything is correct. So here are 3 our components. On the top we are rendering banner. We have same classes here, same markup. Here we have MCV feed, where we are passing our API URL articles/feed. Then after that we have popular tags, which is really super scoped, and we don't need to do anything with popular tags from outside. Now let's check our router, and actually we defined all our routes at the very beginning. So here in /feed, as you can see, we have our global feed. This is actually not correct, because here we want to create our your feed. So let's rename global feed here inside your feed, and here it will go from our your feed view. So here is our your feed, and now we need to add it in our component. So here in /feed, we will render your feed component. And this is actually it. Let's check if it's working. So here, if we go to /feed, as you can see, we tried to render something, but we can't because I'm not logged in. So this means that actually this page is only for logged in user. And this is kind of obvious, because if we don't have current user, then we can't get any data from the backend. So here I am inside global feed. Now I will write /feed inside URL. And as you can see, this is our request. So let's make it bigger. Here we have this request /articles/feed with limit and offset. And here we get some articles back. And just to remind you, if for you response is empty, this means that you didn't follow any user. So just jump in the demo real world IO that we checked a lot of times and follow some user. Then here you will see your articles from that user. So here, as you can see, everything is working out of the box. So here we have pagination, we have the list of the feed. Because the response is completely the same, this is just another API URL. And here on the right we have popular tags, and here is our big banner. As you can see, because of the good architecture, everything is working out of the box and is really smooth. So we simply change API URL and we are getting different data. Now we need to do the same for tag feed. So I will copy again everything inside your feed and simply create one more view, and we can name it tag feed.view. And let's just paste everything inside. And the only difference here will be that here API URL we need to generate. Why is that? Because if we will jump, for example, in the link dragons, as you can see, we are on /tags/dragons. So this is our API URL, and this is what we want to pass inside. So we want to give this tag parameter inside our API URL. So for now, here we have an API URL, articles feed, and it's just not correct. So what we want to do is comment out this code and create here computed property. Because first of all, we need to get some information from our URL, and then we need to generate our API URL. So what I want to get from the URL is tag name. And here we can create this property and simply return this $route, then params.slug. And this is exactly how we normally access our parameters from the route. So here let's just render somewhere, doesn't matter actually where, this tag name, so we can check this out. So here when I reload the page, actually I don't see it here. Why is that? Here it was under popular tags. Okay, this is tag feed page, but now we're in tags dragons. Okay, we forget in our routes to change the component. So just to remind you, we wrote everywhere our global feed component. And here is the part regarding /tag/slug. And as you can see here, we still have our global feed component. So this we need to change. So here we can copy paste your feed, for example, and change it to tag feed. So here is tag feed. On the right, we also have tag feed, and we want to use it in our /tag/slug. So here will be tag feed. And now on page reload, here you can see dragons, because this is what we rendered inside our tag feed component. So as you can see, we got our parameter from the URL, and we just need to attach this parameter to API URL. And the easiest thing how we can do it is exactly not through data, but just to create one more computed property. So we can say here that we have API URL as computed property, and we want to return our concatenated string. So here we need /articles, and here we're saying that tag equals, and here will be tag name. So as you can see, we don't use tag name directly, but we just create a computed property to create another computed property. And this is completely fine and really convenient, because in this case, we don't write here something like this route param slug. It is really easy to read. This is tag name, and this is also computed property, which is referenced to our param slug inside route. So our API URL is there, and we are actually already passing it inside our MCV feed. So let's check if it's working. It's not, because we are getting the error, tag name is not defined, obviously, because here we should put this. Now we don't have any error, and we get a lot of data. So let's check in the network if the request is correct. So when we reload the page now, as you can see, we are getting the request /API/articles, and here we have tag dragons. And this is exactly the case where we can't just concatenate limit and offset. So as you saw in our base URL, we have /articles tag equals tag name, which means if we just take this URL as it is and attach to it offset and limit, then our URL won't be valid. This is why we used this query string as additional library. So as you can see, for us, tag feed is already working. So the URL is correct. Here we are getting our articles. Here is our pagination. And what is important when we click here, the URL is correct because we used correct base URL. And when we reload the page, everything is still there and we are on the same page as we were. So we don't have this strange logic like it is in demo project, where when we reload the page, we are always on the first page. In this video, we really simply created two additional feeds, tag feed and your feed. And as you can see, with good architecture and good planning, we can really achieve new pages and new results really fast. In previous video, we successfully created all our feeds. In this video, we need to create a feed toggler. What is this? This is an additional component which will help us to switch between our feeds. So let's jump right into it. As you can see in our demo project here on the top, we have something like feed toggler. Exactly this component we will implement. Here on the left we have a global feed link, which is just the link on homepage, and this link is always there. Then on the right we have a link for our tag that is opened now. If you see here tag, this means that we are on the tag page with this name. And the last one on the left, we have here your feed. You can't see it now because I'm not logged in. So this your feed link we have only if we are logged in. So exactly this component we will implement. So we need now to plan how we will proceed with it. Because it is shareable component, it will go in source components. And of course, we need there a Vuex because we want to read data from our current user, because we want to know if we are logged in or not. But there is a question how we will proceed with tag. And actually, we can implement it quite easily. First of all, we simply render our feed toggler component on every feed like your feed or global feed. But in tag feed, we can pass our tag name, for example, dragons, inside our feed toggler. Then inside we know if we passed from outside our tag name, this means that we are on the tag page and we need to render the additional link for the tag. So let's start to implement it. So we want to create in source components new component feed toggler.view. And now let's simply create some markup which will be just for test to see that our component is correctly binded and so on. So here I have template and inside will be just simple div, and inside I will render feed toggler. And now here we want to export default our component, and here we will have our name. So our name will be mcv feed toggler. Actually, this is our basic component. Now let's render it somewhere. So inside views, the most difficult part will be inside tag feed. This is why let's try to implement it here. So what we want to do here is import mcv feed toggler from add components, and here will be feed toggler. And now inside our components we need to import mcv feed toggler. Now we can use it on the top before our mcv feed. So here is mcv feed toggler, and we just close it. So this is how we will use it everywhere, like in global feed and in your feed. But inside our tag feed, where we are now, we want additionally to pass here tag name. So this is why I'm writing here the attribute tag name, and as you can see here in computed properties, we already have tag name from our URL. So we can simply give it inside, here is our tag name, and then our feed toggler knows that we are on the tag page. So this is exactly how we will use it inside tag page. Now let's start with implementing our feed toggler. First of all, we need to add some markup. So first let's check if it's working at all. So here we don't have any errors, and I want to jump, for example, inside dragons. And as you can see on the top, we are getting message feed toggler, and this means that our feed toggler is rendered successfully. So we can start with writing some markup, and here will be our div with class feed toggle. And now inside div we need to have a UL because it's a list of the links, and here we will have class nav pills outline active. And now inside our UL we will have 3 links. So let's first add our global feed because it's the easiest. So we have here li with class nav item, and we are closing li here. Now inside our li we will have router link. So here we have 2, and it will go to our global feed. So here will be name global feed. And now additionally we need here class nav link. And now I will close our router link. And inside our router link we want to render global feed text. This is it. So let's check how it looks like. As you can see, here is global feed, so this link is looking correctly like here in the example, and this link goes on the home page, which means everything is working fine. Now we need to add 2 more links, once for your feed and once for tag. So first of all, on the top will be your feed, and here actually we need a logic if we want to show it or not. So here I want to write vif, and here will be is logged in. And now we can use all magic from Vuex, which we already prepared. And just to remind you, inside store modules auth, we already created getters. So as you can see here on the top, we have getters for current user, is logged in, and is anonymous. This means that we can use getters in all over our application to get access to some properties inside Vuex. And this is exactly what we want to do. So here, first of all, let's import map getters from Vuex. And now after the name here, we want, first of all, to define props and then map getters. So first of all, let's start with computed properties. So here will be computed, and we want here to use map getters to get this property is logged in. So this property is coming from Vuex. So here we have spread for map getters. We already did it previously. So inside we just need to pass is logged in. This is the local property, and we're using here getter types dot is logged in. And now we are missing these getter types here, so we need to import it. So we're importing getter types from our auth module. So here will be add store modules, and here will be auth. So here our getter types are there, and we have access for is logged in. And now let's check if it's working. So here we simply have if condition, and let's check. As you can see here, we have a link, but this link is global feed because I copy pasted it. Actually no, let's rename this here. So it should be tag feed. And now it is more clear. So we have tag feed and global feed, but we don't see your feed because I'm not logged in. Now I will try to log in our application. And after logging in, as you can see on the top, we don't see anything because we rendered our feed toggle only inside tag. So let's jump inside tag, and as you can see, we have three links: your feed, global feed, and tag feed. And your feed is exactly there only if this condition is true. So we have if is logged in, and because of this is logged in getter, we are getting the data from Vuex. So we just read this data through the getter from here. As always, you can check it. We have here our basic state, and here from auth we are checking is logged in true, and because this is true, we are rendering this link. And the last thing that we want to do is regarding this tag feed. So we want to render this tag feed only if we passed inside our component tag name. So we need to specify here that we have some props. And inside our props, we want to get tag name. And we know that it will be from type string and that it is not required, which means required is false. And this means that we are giving this string only on tag page. This is it. Now here we can simply add the if condition, and here will be our tag name, which means we are rendering this block only on tag page. And of course, for now, it won't change anything because on tag feed, we don't actually hide this link. But we can check and try to use it inside our global feed, for example. So let's jump in Vue's global feed. And here we need to import MCV. And here we have feed toggle from add components. And here is our feed toggle. And now we need to add it for our components, so MCV feed toggle, and here I will just paste MCV feed toggle and close it. And as you can see, we don't give inside any tag name because we're on global feed. So now let's try to jump inside global feed page. And as you can see now here, we still see tag feed. Now we don't, so I reloaded the page. Now this link is not there, so we're inside tag feed. Now I'm jumping inside dragons and I see link tag feed. Now I'm jumping inside global feed and this link is not there, which means everything is working as expected. On global feed, for example, we don't have tag name, and then on tag feed we have it because we passed it inside our component. Now all our links are there, but as you can see, it doesn't look that good as it looks here, because first of all we are missing here icons, and secondly we need to highlight our links with green if they are active. So let's do this now. First of all, I want for tag feed to add the icon. So inside router link, first of all, we need an icon with class ion pound. And here we're closing I. And after this, we don't need tag feed here, like a string, but we need a really tag name. And we have access to it because we know in this VIF tag name exists. And as you see now, we're on global feed, we don't have this link. Now we jump on dragons, and here is our link with hash. Now we want to highlight our links with active class. How we can do that? We can get this information from our router. So here inside computed properties, we can create new property, which is called route name. And actually this is exactly what we specify inside our router. So here we want to return this $route and here name. So this name is exactly the name how it is in router index, which means we have this name and we don't need to compare, for example, path because it's more difficult, and we can simply check the name. So I want to render somewhere here just to check our route name so we can see what we are comparing. So here is route name, and as you can see we are getting here tag because we are on the tag page. Now here we jump on global feed, and as you can see we are getting global feed. So we simply get a name of our route, and we now can write a logic in template to highlight the class with active. So now we want to add this active class depending on the route name. So we can simply write in every route link some logic. So we want here to add a class, which is an attribute, and here we will have an object. So we want to add here active class if our route name equals your feed. And let's just save it. Now we need to copy this class to the second route link and write here the same, but it will be not your feed, but global feed. And now we can copy it again, and inside third route link, we can simply paste it. And here we will have class active when route name equals tag. This is it. And now we can remove this route name from here because it was only for testing. Now when we reload the page, you can see that on the home page, global feed is highlighted with green. Why is that? Because here we have now active class. So you can see we have Lee, and this is now item, and inside Lee we have A with active. This is it. So as you can see, we added for our router just this logic with class depending on the route name. But there is one problem. So if we will jump in active feed, in your feed, actually the link is not correct. So let's check this. We have here router link 2, and here is global feed. So this is for sure not correct. Here the name should be your feed. Now let's reload the page. We see here your feed, and now the URL is correct. So we are in /feed. And obviously we don't have here feed toggler because we didn't render it here yet. So let's try it now. I want just to open global feed, and here on the right I will open your feed and just copy paste MCV feed toggler because it will be exactly the same. So here I am copying MCV toggler and I'm pasting it, and I need to paste it in the components. So this is it. I pasted our feed toggler, and now in our feed you can see your feed and global feed. And now we jump inside global feed is highlighted, and now we're jumping inside dragons, and only dragons tag is highlighted, and 2 other tags are not highlighted. So as you can see, it's really easy in any component, like for example in feed toggler, first of all to access some stuff from the router with this .route, and secondly to access our Vuex. So here with the help of getters, we can simply get isLogitIn property and write our markup based on this information from the Vuex. So in this video we successfully created feed toggler, so now we can switch between our feeds. We highlight them with green color with our active class, and we even created this logic with tag name where we are passing from outside our tag name and simply render it inside our feed toggler.